Okay, we are
Mm.
allegedly live. Let me just see if I can find that tasty link whenever it shows up. Ah, there it is. Oh, it's showing as upcoming, which is interesting.
Oh, I
Um,
see it as live
oh goody. Ah,
right
yes, I also
here.
see it as live. I don't know why it said upcoming. How confusing. Thanks, YouTube.
How convenient.
Okay, let me just
Two watching now.
What?
What?
Let's
What to
get
type?
ready
'Cause,
to soliloquize. How the fuck do you spell soliloquize?
I don't know. That still feels like one you could probably improvise your way through, and yeah,
They'll get it eventually. They'll get the point, you know?
I understand the gist.
Look up soliloquize. Oh, I got it right the first time. Ha! You can tell I was a Shakespeare kid. Okay.
Uh huh.
Whew, boy. So welcome one and all, ye gentles all, to the second of these unhinged, quote unquote unscripted After Darks.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we received your comments. We're keeping the name because
Unscripted
it's
in
very
spirit.
funny. um, oh boy. If you missed last time when we performed, quote unquote, A Midsummer Night's Dream, which was an absolute blast, the gist is that we're going to get PDF of the play that won the poll. I thought it was going to be Much Ado About Nothing, but honestly, I am thrilled it's Hamlet. Hamlet is so dramatic. And we already
It
did a
is. There's a
comedy.
lot of speeches in Hamlet, which means one of us is going to periodically get stuck reading speeches in whatever voice they are trapped within. Um, so that could go one of two ways, and
I think that's
hopefully,
only going to go one way. Oh,
last
God.
time I got a lot of speeches, and I'm worried that my luck might continue.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's Shakespeare, so no matter what you do, someone's gonna get one of the iconic numbers that people like really sell. You know, I mean, last time you got
Hmm,
Puck's outro.
that's
I'm sorry.
true. I did.
Framing it as an outro just made that whole thing funny. Hey, everybody, thanks so much for watching. If we shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended.
Oh, jeez. I went full like like when the anime ends and the ending is just like someone's dancing after a traumatic
Oh,
moment.
yeah. Oh boy. I've just oh damn it. Now YouTuber Puck is gonna be living in my head forever. And this week in Idol theme, no more yielding than a dream. Smash that like button. Remember to
And
like,
don't forget
comment.
to subscribe.
Okay, but anyway, yes. So Hamlet has a lot of good ones, but mostly it's to be or not to be. That's the big one.
To
But we
be or
not
not
to
to
be. Yeah, I
be.
mean, there's others. I feel like we're gonna run into ones and be like, oh yeah, that's from this, but um, uh, if we were doing the Scottish play, it would be like every other page there'd be like, oh, we've got the dagger scene, we got the out
Yes.
brief candle scene, etc., etc.
When I was briefly doing I'm still, well, so
Hmm?
I was watching every Best Picture winner in order, and I kind of stalled out in the 70s because I started doing Movie Struck around the time I got to like
Ah,
the French Connection. So now
yeah.
I have to watch movies for a job. So I've had less time to just choose to watch a high quantity of movies in a certain order. Um, but Hamlet is one of the Best Picture winners. I
Hmm.
think in like 19 late 50s, early 60s, something like that.
Who
And
played
it's a
Hamlet?
very by the books. Oh, give me a sec. I gotta look it up.
I mean, it's got to be one of the big names. It's always one of the big names, or Kenneth
Yeah.
Branagh.
Lawrence Oliver.
Oh,
It
I
was
think it's
1948. I
definitely
was way off.
Olivier, Laurence Olivier.
Oh yeah, Olivia. Yep. I
Oliver,
can't
Lawrence
read.
Oliver.
Lawrence Oliver.
it's
Lawrence
it's very
Olivier.
funny because you are absolutely like a classic cinephile, and yet at the same time, it's like I don't know, some fucking Oliver guy.
This is true. I I'm really bad at names, and that translates to actors, and it's my biggest weakness as like a film buff.
Mm.
Like I could tell you every subtitle for like a movie in a given series, but if you ask me to name one actor who appeared in multiple films, I'm like, I don't know, man, could
Yeah.
be Could be anybody.
I can just imagine like a Roger Ebert style like review column, but you're like, and then there's that fucking guy, you know, the guy, he was in that thing. Anyway.
Yeah, that's basically how the Movie Struck Patreon articles go.
Astounding.
But yeah, we're here to kind of bring it back around. We're gonna be reading Hamlet.
Yeah. Let me just pull
and
up my
the
phone.
way we did this last time, and the way we're doing it this time, is that we're just gonna start, and every time the character changes, the other person starts reading.
Yeah.
And we did them in humorous voices. So we'll probably stick to doing that. And yeah, this is probably not, if you haven't ever experienced Hamlet, the best first way to try and understand the story, but it will be fun. So that's why we're really here, isn't it, kids?
I'm sorry, just real quick, to the person in chat being like, are you gonna ever do more Greek myths? Yes! How is that in question? I'm sorry for stressing you out so much, but yes, there will be more Greek myths on this predominantly like history and mythology channel. What we're doing to fuck around on a Sunday night is not indicative of what we're going to be doing forever.
Yes. And also Hamlet is the skull one. Alas, poor Yorick.
Oh.
I, for one, am really hoping I get Yorick's speech.
Oh, I forgot about the Yorick. I was too busy.
That bit.
Yeah.
I love it. It's some of my favorite of all Shakespeare.
Yeah.
It's been parodied to high hell. It's
yeah,
so
no,
fun.
it's fantastic. Now,
Hamlet's got a lot of good soliloquies in it, so we should hopefully provide some fodder for our worst impulses.
Oh yeah, I mean Hamlet is the soliloquy play. You know, it's one of the really meaty roles. It's one of the only like actual plays I've been to in a while. It was not Hamlet. It was it was an art thing called like Bernhardt's Hamlet. And it was about the actress Sarah Bernhardt in like the 1800s, who was, I believe, the first woman to play Hamlet on stage, and she made a big stink about being allowed to do so. And people were like, oh, it's outrageous. And she's like, well, I think Hamlet is very feminine. And I was like, oh, okay, this is an interesting... I just kept waiting for them to actually perform Hamlet, and then obviously they didn't because it was like a behind-the-scenes like making of. She was also the technology to record film was like brand new, so we actually have archival footage of her performing the sword fight, one of the sword fights in Hamlet, which is pretty fucking cool. And also I think she was the inspiration for the character of is it Dulcinea? Cyrano de Bergerac, the lady in Cyrano who everyone's lusting over. You know the way. I mean, who cares? Like, the book was written by like the guy who she was having an affair with at the time. Well, he was having an affair. I don't think she was married. And she actually got very upset when she learned that this like vapid, personalityless girl was like his love letter to her. She was like, "Really? I'm about to play Hamlet, and you made me this?" Which I don't know. It was a very interesting play. Obviously, it's been a very long time since I saw this. It was like, I want to say a college thing, so pre-pandemic. Anyway, Hamlet is a very fun play. A lot of people have opinions on it. I personally favor the Kenneth Branagh movie version because, spoiler alert, a lot of people die in the finale, and it's not specified how some of them die. Some of them it is. It's like, oh, she drinks poison wine and she dies. Okay, oh, he gets like stabbed or something, whatever. But notably, like the main bad guy, it's not specified how he's killed. So in the Kenneth Branagh movie version, it was like every possible method. We're going to make him drink the poison wine. We're going to hit him with a chandelier. We're going to stab him. And I was like, oh my God, what's happening? So, Roxanne.
Yeah, they really said, let's just mix it up. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Dulcinea is, I think, from Don Quixote.
Yeah,
my bad.
Right. Zoned out a little bit there. I'm really reining it back. I cleaned my apartment today. I went into a fugue state, and I continued my ongoing quest to catch up to One Piece. I'm not even close. And while I cleaned more my apartment, I'm watching it dubbed, which means that every 2 minutes or so, I'd have to turn my whole body to look to the screen mid-cleaning. So it was really unproductive in both directions, but progress was made. But my brain is now zoning in to the stream. We're getting into the Hamlet zone. As soon as we start doing funny voices, I think I'm gonna be locked and loaded.
Oh yeah. Meanwhile, I've got my nice tall glass of water for actual responsible voice work, and just a full on like soda float that I made and then had to like handle the fallout from, because I don't know if you know this, but when you combine ice cream with soda, everything bubbles. So yeah, so
Carbonation.
I got that under control, just barely. But I don't know if that's gonna be good for my voice or bad for it. I feel like it's like, oh, we got dairy in there and something that'll make your throat sting. Hell yeah. So anyway, so we got the Folgers Shakespeare Library PDF pulled up. I'm gonna, you know what?
If you Google Hamlet PDF, it is the first thing that pops up.
I'm gonna see if I can add it to the description of the stream. Actually, you know what? I don't know if I can do that from my phone right now. Maybe
I'm just gonna drop the link in chat if you want to catch up.
Oh
That's
yeah,
the link we're working off of.
yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, so hopefully this is fun. Oh, you know what? And because we're gonna start with Act 1, I'm just gonna put that in the text on the screen.
Woo!
Oh, nope. Already mistyping. Good job, me.
Act 1 is Scene 1, if you would.
Yeah.
We don't need to update with scenes.
No, we certainly do not. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Preview extra. So many. Why do you need so many intros for Hamlet? Why do you need a synopsis for Hamlet? Get out of here. Okay, characters in the play.
Whew.
Because
all right, the rundown.
All right, we've got the ghost. No further detail
Hamlet.
given.
Prince of Denmark, son of the late King Hamlet and Queen Gertrude.
Queen Gertrude, widow of King Hamlet, now married to Claudius.
King Claudius, brother to the late King Hamlet.
I like how the ghost doesn't specify King Hamlet. It's just a ghost.
No,
fuck you.
Just
Ophelia.
It's a plot twist. I couldn't figure out how to say words other than it's a for a second.
It's a plot that the ghost shows up and it's the one dead guy.
I mean, if you've never experienced Hamlet before, it could potentially be a plot twist.
Oh, I guess. That first, 120 people in the Globe Theater getting their minds blown on night one. Say it not. The prince's noble father, dead? And this ghost, who could that be? Anyway, Ophelia, she's in this too.
Laertes is her brother.
Polonius, father of Ophelia and Laertes, counselor to King Claudius.
Reynaldo, servant to Polonius.
Horatio, Hamlet's friend and confidant. Oh boy.
Then we have the couriers of the Danish court, or courtiers?
It's courtiers, yes.
Courtiers of the Danish court.
Okay, I'm sorry, just real quick. Chat, are we actually too quiet? Because our audios are peaking on my screen, so maybe you just gotta turn up your volume a little bit. I gotta, Now is the time to get your complaints out.
Yes, if there's any audio leveling notes, please drop them now, or so rest your cases. Whew, boy,
you
this
good,
is gonna be a
man?
fun one. Yeah.
Yeah. Because, once the spirit of the theater takes us, I can't guarantee that we'll be paying any attention to the chat.
Yeah, it's mostly because I can't read the script of the play
and also the chat.
But I will know if you spam.
Yes.
So don't even think about it.
Notice.
But anyway, the courtiers.
The courtiers, yes.
Noir would like to once again wish us to break a leg. Shout out.
Well, thank you.
Our boy from Rolling with Difficulty. I'm sure he's Shakespeareing along in spirit.
Good.
Voltimand, Cornelius, Rosencrantz, Gilderstein, Osric, gentleman, a lord.
My boys.
Rosencrantz and Gilderstein.
And then we got the Danish soldiers, Francisco, Barnardo, and Marcellus.
There's then Fortinbras.
Yeah.
Prince of Norway. A captain in Fortinbras's army.
Ambassadors to Denmark from England.
Players who take the roles of Prologue, Player King, Player Queen, and Lucianus, the murder of Gonzago.
Lucianus. Two messengers, and then it's just a bunch of guys that don't get names. We got two messengers.
Gravedigger, Gravedigger's companion, Doctor of Divinity, attendants, lords, guards, musicians, Laertes, followers, soldiers, and officers.
Yeah, baby! Now in stereo. Okay. Let's just check the chat. Weird. Sorry. There seems to be a couple people being like, it's too quiet. I had to download a volume booster, and I don't know what that is. Anyway. Where's Blue? Blue's going to bed like a responsible adult with a good sleep schedule. That's why you get us.
we are what is left when the part of OSP that runs things is fine. So, you know.
Oh boy. Actually, you know what? I wonder. No. Okay, sorry. We're fine. Everything's chill. If your volume was a little low, and it doesn't seem to be, it is just routing directly from my input. So I wonder if I raise the volume, if your audio just comes through louder.
Try it. It's only one way to find out.
Yeah. You seem to be in the yellow now. So hopefully
Wow.
that's good. Actually,
it should be, because you should typically. Audio dolls are often quite confusing because typically you do want people's voices to be showing up in the yellow. Green is often too low for broadcast specs.
Okay.
-10, -3.
I've actually pushed you up a little bit more, so well, you know what? We should be fine. Okay.
Hacha.
Act 1, Scene 1. Enter Bernardo and Francisco. Two sentinels. Yeah, why not? I mean, we can shitpost more, but like
no, I'm all good, dude.
Okay. Perfect.
Oh, we have to think of voices already. Oh.
And so begins the theme of the night.
You know. How do we want to start this off?
Well, I mean, these guys are just like total randos, right? Just like okay,
sentinels.
But hear me out on this. They're about to turn into a ghost, so we gotta do Shag and Scoob.
So Monday's episode of Movie Struck is a Scooby-Doo movie, so this is perfect timing because I'm in the zone.
Is it the first one or the second one, Monsters Unleashed?
Oh, it's neither of the ones you're thinking.
What?
Of.
No! Oh, wait, is it animated?
I do not know which one. Yeah.
Aww.
It's nuts. Boo. You had to listen to the episode to find out more. Okay, so who's Shag, who's Scoob? Bernardo and Francisco.
I don't know. Which one of these do you think would be worse to have to say in a Scooby-Doo voice?
I'd say they're about equal.
Okay, well, for the record, I can't do a Scooby-Doo voice. I can only do a Shaggy voice. So.
Oh, good. I can't really do Scoob either, so I guess we're just sort of in a stalemate.
Raggy. Oh, God. This is already off to a great start. Should we flip a coin for who goes first with Bernardo?
Yeah, I think maybe.
All right, heads or tails?
Tails.
Okay. Hey, Siri, flip a coin. It's heads. So that's me, right?
Yeah.
Wait, that's bad. Okay.
No, you get to decide if you want to be Shaggy or Scoob.
Bernardo. Like, who's there?
Raggy, nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king, dude.
Bernardo.
This is already fantastic.
Wait, you come move carefully upon your hour. What is this voice?
It's going places. Not Scooby-Doo, but places. Okay. You come most carefully. Okay. Like 'tis now struck 12, Scoob. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief, much thanks. Noir, shut up, man.
Where is he?
He's in my DMs.
Oh, brutal.
Francisco.
No, that was me, I think, because I'm Bernardo. So I did, like, get thee to bed, Francisco.
Oh, man. For this really much thing. He doesn't speak words.
Woo!
Maggie, this bitter cold. I'm thinking at heart. How is this?
Like Scoob. Have you had quiet guard?
No. Not a mouth stirring.
Well, good night. If you... Oh, it's slipping away, man. Normally I'm fine with Shag, but... All right, hold on. Like Scoob. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste.
Enter Horatio and Marcellus.
Speak of the devil.
Ruh-roh, Raggy. I think I hear them. Stand ho. Who's there?
Friends of the guard. Friends to this ground, gang.
And liegemen to the Dane.
Oh, no. Raggy. You were right. Oh, God, it's terrible.
It's hard, isn't it?
I'm sorry I ever suggested this. God, can these guys just get off screen and die already?
I know. Get out of here.
All right.
What up and look for clues already?
It's you for I struggled through my one line.
Yeah, and then I said "Unleash me to the Dane," so I
No,
think it's
I
you.
struggled through my next good line.
Oh, did you say give you good?
I
news?
did.
Alright.
You can't make me do it again.
Oh, farewell, honest soldier. Who hath relieved you?
Bernardo hath my place. If you were right. It's just going
Oh,
Yoda.
thank God. Scooby just exited.
Oh, get out of here, Francisco. Nobody likes you. Oh, God. Okay, I need you to say this exactly how the first instinct is to say this line.
Hola, Bernardo.
I was going to say, hello, Bernardo, but that works
Oh.
too. Say what? Is Horatio there?
A piece of him. It was the Fred voice,
The fuck
right?
is that? Yeah, well, that was kind of the... I'm glad you picked that up. I wasn't sure I was getting that across at all.
Yeah, I was going for a Velma, so I feel like we both were on the same wave.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. A piece of it. Like, welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
What is this thing appeared again tonight?
Oh, I've seen nothing, man.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him, touching this dreaded sight twice seen of us. Therefore, I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition come, he may approve our eyes and speak to it.
Tush, tush. 'Twill not appear. Have fun.
This is Shaggy. Oh, I'm just
Shag, baby.
We're only 4 characters in, and already I cannot remember who is what accent.
Honestly, I feel like we just
Like-
got to do everyone else as crazy, and then just do Hamlet like as serious as possible. I think that would be a lot of fun.
Like Scoop, sit down a while and let us once again assail your ears. They are so forfeited against our story. What we have 2 nights seen.
Well, we sit down, gang, and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Like Scoop, last night of it all, when yon same star that westward from the pole had made his course to illume that part of heaven where now it burns, more Scoop and myself. The bell then beating one.
Peace, break thee off. Look where it comes again. Oh, sorry.
Like in the same figure, like that, the king's that's dead.
Thou art a scholar. Speak to it, Horatio. What does Velma sound like?
She's just sort of like flat. Like she's pretty level.
And it's the same actor who does, I want to say, Webby in the new DuckTales, and she's kind of always got that tone. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Thou art a scholar. Speak to it, Horatio.
Like looks like he's not like the king. Like Market Horatio.
Most like, it harrows me with fear and wonder.
Like you would be spoke to.
Speak to it, Horatio. What the fuck was that?
Horatio was Fred, right?
Horatio's Fred, yeah.
What art thou that usurpest this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form, in which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven, I charge thee speak.
It is offended.
Like see, it stalks away.
Stay, speak, speak. I charge thee, speak.
Ghost exits, presumably through several hallway doors.
Maybe we need a trap of some kind, gang.
Why don't we split up and look for clues?
All right, this one's you.
Yes, Marcellus is
Velma.
'Tis gone, and will not answer.
Like how now, Horatio, you tremble and look pale. Is not this something more than fantasy? What think you on it?
Before my God, I might not this believe, without the sensible and true avouch of mine own eyes.
Is it not like the king?
As thou art to thyself. Such was the very armor he had on, when he the ambitious Norway combated. So frowned he once, when in an angry parle he smote the sledded poleaxe on the ice. 'Tis strange.
Thus twice before, and jump at this dead hour, with martial stock hath he gone by our watch.
In what particular thought to work I know not, but in the gross and scope of mine opinion, thus bodes some strange eruption to our state, gang.
My glasses. Good now, sit down and tell me, he that knows, why this same strict and most observant watch so nightly toils the subject of the land, And why such daily cast of brazen cannon and foreign mart for implements of war? Why such impressive shipwrights whose sore task does not divide the Sunday from the week? What might be toward that this sweaty... That doesn't scan. What might be toward that this sweaty haste doth make the night joint laborer with the day? Who is't that can inform me, gang?
That can I.
Hey.
At least the whisper goes so. Our last king, whose image even but now appeared to us, was, as you know, by Fortinbras of Norway. Thereto pricked on by most emulate pride, dared to the combat in which our valiant Hamlet, for so this side of our known world esteemed him, did slay this Fortinbras, who by a sealed compact, well ratified by law and heraldry, did forfeit with his life all those his lands which he stood seized of to the conqueror. Oh, Jesus.
It goes on. Yeah, it takes a hot minute. Sorry, everybody.
Against the which a mighty competent was gauged by our king, which had returned to the inheritance of Fortinbras. Had he been the vanquisher, as by the same comart and carriage of the article designed, his fell to Hamlet. Now, sir, young Fortinbras, of improved metal, hot and full, hath in the skirts of Norway here and there sharked up a list of lawless resolutes, for food and diet to some enterprise that hath a stomach in it, which is no other, as it doth well appear unto our state, but to recover of us by strong hand in terms compulsory those forsayed lands, so by his father lost, and this, I take it, is the main motive of our preparations, the source of this our watch, and the chief head of this post-haste and rummage on this land, in this land.
In this land, on this land. Like Scoob, I think it be no other but e'en so. Well may it sort that this portentous figure comes armed through our watch, so like the king that was and is the question of those wars.
A mode it is to trouble the mind's eye, in the most high and palmy state of Rome, a little ere the mightiest Julius fell. The grave stood tentless, and the sheeted dead did squeak and gibber in the Roman streets,
Jesus.
as stars with trains of fire and dews of blood. Disasters in the sun, and the moist... No, I got that right.
Yeah,
Moist star.
moist star for some fucking reason.
Upon whose influence Neptune's empire stands, was sick almost to doomsday with eclipse, and even the like precurse of feared events, as harbingers preceding still the fates, and prologue to the omen coming on, have heaven and earth together demonstrated unto our climatures and countrymen.
I'm sorry, before you have to keep talking for like another half page while the ghost mimes at you. Okay, moist star upon whose influence Neptune's empire stands.
Moist star.
I think he's talking about the moon, because like it controls the tides and it is eclipsed sometimes. So like if you really stretch the definition, it's like, oh, it's a star, a really weird star. That's my guess. I don't fucking know. Come on, Shakespeare.
It makes sense.
Just because
like,
it has to scan.
Star?
I don't know, man. Maybe this part could have used another draft. I mean, this play really heats up when the ghost shows up. Speaking of which, enter Ghost!
But soft, behold, lo, where it comes again. I'll cross it through blast me. Stay, illusion.
It spreads his arms. Wait, we're swapping pronouns around. Is it or his? Whatever, it's fine.
Okay, no, let's just... If thou hast any sound or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good thing to be done, that may to thee do ease and grace to me, speak to me. If thou art privy to thy country's fate, which happily foreknowing may avoid, oh, speak. Or if thou hast uphoarded in thy life extorted treasure in the womb of earth, for which they say you spirits oft walk in death, speak of it.
The cock crows.
Stay and speak. Stop it, Marcellus. After him, gang.
Shall I strike him with my partisan?
Do, if it will not stand.
Like 'tis here.
'Tis here.
Ghost exits.
Ghost exits.
'Tis gone. My glasses. We do it wrong, being so majestical to offer it the show of violence, for it is as the air, invulnerable, and in our vein blows malicious mockery.
Like it was about to speak with the cock crew.
And then it started like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. I've heard the cock, that is the trumpet to the morn, doth with his lofty and shrill-sounding throat awake the god of day, and at his warning, whether in sea or fire, in earth or air, the extravagant and erring spirit hies to his confine, and of the truth herein this present object made probation, gang.
It faded on the crowing of the cock. Some say that ever against the season comes wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated, the bird of dawning singeth all night long. And then they say, no spirit dare stir abroad. The nights are wholesome, then no planets strike. No fairy tales, nor witch hath power to charm, so hallowed and so gracious is that time.
So I have heard, and do in part believe it. But look, the morn in russet mantle clad walks o'er the dew of yon high eastward hill. Break we our watch up. Let's split up, gang. And by my advice, let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For upon my life, this spirit, dumb to us, will speak to him. Do you consent we shall acquaint him with it as needful in our loves fitting our duty, gang?
Let's do it. I pray, and I this morning know where we shall find him most convenient. I think we know where we should lay a trap, gang.
Hey!
The exit.
Oh, thank God.
We've moved on to scene 2.
We really committed to a tall order in scene 1. I haven't watched a Scooby-Doo thing
Shaggy
in
and
ages.
Indigo. Indigo? Oh, wait, neither of us know how to do a Scooby voice.
Let's still do it. What could go wrong? Zoinks. Okay. Scene 2. Flourish. Enter Claudius, king of Denmark, Gertrude the queen, the council, as Polonius and his son Laertes, Hamlet, with others, among them Voltmand and Cornelius. Oh God, he just goes on and on, doesn't he? Okay, so this is my turn, I think, because you.
Yes, this is you, Red. Don't. There's no coin flip this time. You get to pick an accent, and you make it work for a while.
Oh God. Okay. Though yet of Hamlet, our dear brother's death, the memory be green, and that it us befitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe, yet so far hath discretion fought with nature that we, with wisest sorrow, think on him together with remembrance of ourselves. Therefore our sometime sister, now our queen, the imperial jointress to this warlike state, have we, as 'twere with a defeated joy, with an auspicious and a dropping eye, with mirth in funeral and with dirge in marriage, in equal scale weighing delight and dole, taken to wife. Nor have we herein barred your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along, for all our thanks. Now follows that you know, young Fortinbras, holding a weak supposal of our worth, or thinking by our late dear brother's death our state to be disjoint and out of frame, colleagued with this dream of his advantage, he hath not failed to pester us with message importing the surrender of those lands, lost by his father with all bounds of law, to our most valiant brother. So much for him, now for ourselves, and for this time of meeting. Thus much the business is. We have here writ to Norway, uncle of young Fortinbras, who, impotent and bedrid, scarcely hears of this his nephew's purpose, to suppress his further gait herein, in that the levies, the lists, and full proportions are all made out of his subject. And we here dispatch you, good Cornelius, and you, Voltmand, for bearers of this greeting to old Norway, giving to you no further personal power to business with the king more than the scope of these dilated articles allow. Giving them a paper.
Yeah.
Farewell, and let your haste commend your duty.
In that and all things we will show our duty, said Cornelius and Voltimand.
I guess in unison. We doubted nothing. Heartily farewell.
Voltimand and Cornelius exit.
And now, Laertes, what's the news with you? You told us of some suit. What is, Laertes? You cannot speak of reason to the Dane and lose your voice. What wouldst thou beg, Laertes, that shall not be my offer, not thy asking? The head is not more native to the heart, the hand more instrumental to the mouth, than is the throne of Denmark to thy father. What wouldst thou have, Laertes?
My dread lord,
Okay.
will leave in favour to the return to France, from where, though I willingly came to Denmark to show my duty in your coronation, yet now I must confess that duty done, my thoughts and wishes bend again toward France, and bow them to your gracious leave and pardon.
Oh, yeah. A classic French accent right there.
I don't know how to do a French accent, so I went with the next best thing.
Okay.
I am not Jacques Zewitha. I am much worse at accents.
Ay, Dios mío. Okay. Let's see. Have you your father's leave? What says Polonius?
Oh, Polonius is a whole new character.
Yeah!
We never get to do the things I like.
He's got to be an
my
old.
lord.
Oh God. I was gonna say he's got to be like a doddering old man,
slow
right?
leave, my laborsome petition, and at last upon his will I seal my hard consent. I do beseech you give him leave to go.
Take thy fair hour, Laertes. Time be thine, and thy best graces spend it at thy will. But now, my cousin Hamlet and my son. You get to be Hamlet!
Aside.
You get to sing Hamlet!
Oh
Oh
no!
no!
Hamlet sound like.
I saw some chat suggestions that we do Keanu, but I feel like I
I don't
think
have a good Keanu Reeves impression.
whoa. I think we gotta let Hamlet be a little fluid, you know? Mess around a little bit.
I see. Just go full Danny, you say, chat? All right. A little more than kin and less than kind.
Oh God. Okay. Let's see. How is it that the clouds still hang on you?
Not so, my lord. I am too much in the sun. I'm an eternal flame, baby.
Good Hamlet, cast thy nighted colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common, all that lives must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam, it is common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam. Nay, it is. I know it not seems. 'Tis not alone in my inky cloak, good mother, nor customary suits of solemn black, nor a windy suspiration of forced breath. No, nor the fruitful river in the eye, nor the dejected Javier of the visage, together with all forms, moods, shapes of grief that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play. But I have that which passes show, these the trappings and the suits of woe.
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these mourning duties to your father, but you must know your father lost a father, that father lost his, and the survivor bound in filial obligation for some term to do obsequious sorrow. But to persevere in obstinate condolement is a course of impious stubbornness. 'Tis unmanly grief. It shows a will most incorrect to heaven, a heart unfortified, a mind impatient, an understanding simple and unschooled. For what we know must be and is as common as any the most vulgar things to sense. Why should we in our peevish opposition take it to heart? Fie, 'tis a fault to heaven, a fault against the dead, a fault to nature, to reason most absurd, whose common theme is death of fathers, and who still hath cried for the first course till that he died today. This must be so. We pray you, throw to earth this unprevailing woe, and think of us as of a father. For let the world take note, you are the most immediate to our throne, and with no less nobility of love than that which dearest father bears his son do I impart towards you. For your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg, it is most retrograde to our desire, and we beseech you, bend you to remain here in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son.
Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I pray thee, stay with us. Go not to Wittenberg.
Oh, Christ.
You get to be Hamlet now.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
Why, 'tis a loving and fair reply. Be as ourselves in Denmark, madam, come. This gentle and unforced accord of Hamlet sits smiling in my heart, in grace whereof no jocund health that Denmark drinks today. But the great cannon to the clouds shall tell, and the kings rouse the heavens shall brew it again. For speaking earthly thunder, come away.
God, Hamlet, your dad's been dead like
exit.
2 whole months. Fucking get over it already.
Oh, you have a lot of Hamlet to do.
Okay, excuse me. Let me just take this tasty little water break before I destroy my voice. We have to record for like 4 hours tomorrow. What are we doing?
Well, you know, things.
Chat pointing out baby Simba as Hamlet would be pretty funny.
If you want to change up Hamlet's voice, go nuts.
What about that shadowy place? Now we're good. Oh, that this too sullied flesh would melt, thaw and resolve itself into a dew, or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Whoa, yikes. Oh God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seems to me all the uses of this world. Fie on it! Ah, fie! 'Tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely, that it should come to this. But 2 months dead, nay, not so much, not 2, so excellent a king that was to this Hyperion to a satyr, so loving to my mother that he might not beteem the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth, must I remember? Why, she would hang on him as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on, and yet within a month, let me not think of it, frailty thy name is woman, a little month, or ere those shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body, like Niobe, all tears. Why, she, even she, oh God, a beast that wants discourse of reason would have mourned, married with my uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules. Within a month ere yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left the flushing in her galled eyes, she married. O most wicked speed, to post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets! It is not, nor it cannot come to good. But break my heart, for I must hold my tongue.
Enter Horatio, Marcellus, and Barnardo. Horatio was Fred, right?
Yes.
Hail to your lordship!
I'm glad to see you well, Horatio, or I do forget myself.
The same, my lord, and your poor servant ever.
Sir, my good friend, I'll change that name with you. And what makes you from Wittenberg, Horatio, Marcellus?
My good lord.
I'm very glad to see you. Good even, sir, but what, in faith, make you from Wittenberg?
A triumphant disposition, good lord. Good, my lord.
Good, my lord. I would not hear your enemy say so, nor shall you do my ear that violence to make it truster of your own report against yourself. I know you are no truant, but what is your affair in Elsinore? We'll teach you to drink deep ere you depart.
My lord, I came to see your father's funeral.
Shit, chat just pointed out my Hamlet's just turning into Solid Snake. Well, stick with the stuff you know, I guess. That's my Kenneth Branagh casting himself in everything. I prithee, do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Indeed, my lord. It followed hard upon.
Thrift, Horatio. The funeral baked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I had met my dearest foe in heaven, or ever have I seen that day, Horatio. My father, methinks I see my father.
Where, my lord?
In my mind's eye, Horatio. He lives in you. He lives in me.
I saw him once. He was a goodly king.
He was a man. Take him for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again.
My lord, I think I saw him yesternight.
Saw who?
My lord, the king your father.
The king my father?
Season your admiration for a while, with an attendant ear, till I may deliver upon the witness of these gentlemen this marvel to you.
For God's love, let me hear.
2 nights together had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Barnardo, on their watch, in the dead waste and middle of the night, been thus encountered. A figure like your father, armed at point exactly, cap a pied.
Okay, I think that means like head to foot, like cap a pied, like pièce, piernas, pièce.
French, appears before them, and with solemn march goes slow and stately by them. Thrice he walked by their oppressed and fear-surprised eyes within his truncheon's length, whilst they, distilled almost to jelly with the act of fear, stand dumb, then speak not to him. This to me, in dreadful secrecy, in part they did, and I with them the 3rd night kept watch. Whereas they had delivered, both in time form of the thing, each word made true and good, the apparition comes. I knew your father. These hands are not more like.
But where was this?
My lord, upon the platform where we watch.
Did you not speak to it?
My lord, I did, but answer made it none. Yet once, methought, it lifted up its head and did address itself to motion, like as it would speak. But even then the morning cock crew loud, and at the sound it shrunk in haste away, and vanished from our sight.
'Tis very strange.
As I do live, my honored lord, 'tis true, and we did think it writ down in our duty to let you know of it.
Indeed, sirs, but this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight?
We do, my lord,
Armed?
says all.
Yeah. Armed, you say?
Armed, my lord.
From top to toe? Cap up here.
My lord, from head to foot.
Then saw you not his face?
Oh, yes, my lord. He wore his beaver up.
His what?
His beaver,
I don't
obviously.
I don't think we should be discussing the late king's beaver. Okay. Danny voice, what? Looked he frowningly?
A countenance more in sorrow than in anger.
Pale or red?
Nay, very pale.
And fixed his eyes upon you?
Most constantly.
I would I had been there.
It would have much amazed you.
Very like. Stayed it long?
While one with moderate haste might tell 100.
Oh no. Barnardo and Marcellus. That's Shag and Velma, right?
Yep.
Like Scoop, longer.
Not when I saw it.
His beard was grizzled, no?
It was if I have seen it in life. A sable silvered.
A sable silvered. Okay.
I've lost the ability to speak English and we're about to read the entirety of Hamlet.
Perfect timing. All right. Hamlet, Danny voice. I will watch tonight. Perchance 'twill walk again.
I warrant it will, gang.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it, though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. I pray you all, if you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be tenable in your silence still, and whatsomever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding, but no tongue. No Frenching, gang. Okay. I will requite your love. Okay, maybe Frenching. So fare you well upon the platform. Twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you.
Our duty to your honor.
Your love's as mine to you. Farewell.
All but Hamlet exit.
My father's spirit, in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come. Till then, sit still, my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth o'erwhelm them to men's eyes.
He exits. Scene 3.
Whew.
Enter Laertes and Ophelia, his sister. Was Laertes Scottish, or did we give him something else to do?
I think you did. You gave Laertes the Scottish accent.
Perfect.
Good, my lord.
Good, my lord. My necessities are embarked. Farewell, and sister, as the winds give benefit. And convey his assistant. Do not sleep, but let me hear from you.
Oh, God, Ophelia. Now, the thing is, they are siblings.
Well, the Ninja Turtles taught us that sometimes you don't have to have the same accent as your siblings.
Oh, you're so right.
Raphael's
Cowabunga,
the only
dude.
one with a Listen, I'm doing a Ninja Turtle later. It's gotta come up.
Oh, perfect timing. I'm doing a Ninja Turtle right now. Yes. Do you doubt that?
For Hamlet, and the trifling of his favour, hold it a fashion and toy in blood. A violet in the youth of primy nature. Forward, not permanent, sweet, not lasting, the perfume and suppliance of a minute, no more.
Okay. Cowabunga. No more, but so.
Think it no more, oh.
Have fun. You made this bed. You get one whole page, baby.
Finally. For nature crescent does not grow alone, in throughs and bulk, but as this temple waxes, the inward service of the mind and soul grows wide withal. Perhaps he loves you now, and now no soil nor cattle doth besmirch the virtue of his will, but you must fear his greatness weighed, his will is not his own. For he himself is subject to his birth. He may not, as unvalued persons do, carve for himself, for on his choice depends the safety and the health of this whole state, and therefore must his choice be circumscribed unto the voice and yielding of that body. Whereof he is the head, then, if he says he loves you, it fits your wisdom so far to believe it. As he in his particular act and place may give his saying deed which no further than the main voice of Denmark goes withal, then way with your loss your honour may sustain, if with too credent your ear you list his songs, or lose your heart and your chest treasure open to his unmastered importunity. Fear it, Ophelia, fear it, my dear sister, and keep you in the rear of your affection, out of the shot and danger of desire. The chariest maid is prodigal enough if she unmask her beauty to the moon. Virtue itself scapes not calumnious strokes. The cankered gals, the infants of the spring, too oft before their buttons be disclosed. And in the morning liquid dew of youth, contagious blastaments are most imminent. Oh jeez. Be wary then, best safety lies in fear. Youth to itself rebels, though none else near.
Cowabunga, dude. I shall the effect of this good lesson keep as watchman in my heart. But, good my brother, do not, as some ungracious pastors do, show me the steep and thorny way to heaven, whilst, like a puffed and reckless libertine, himself the primrose path of dalliance treads and recks not his own reed.
Oh, fear me not.
Enter Polonius. Oh, God.
I stay too long, but here my father comes. A double blessing is a double grace. Occasion smiles upon a second leave.
You gave this guy a Mickey Mouse voice, right?
I did do a very high-pitched voice for him, yes. If you would like to reflavor him as old man, pop off.
Yet here Laertes. No. I don't know. The Mickey Mouse would be easier, but I feel like it would be disingenuous to just do the same voices every time. Old man voice, yet here Laertes, aboard, aboard, for shame. The wind sits in the shoulder of your sail, and you are stayed for. There, my blessing with thee. And these few precepts in thy memory, look thou character. Give thy thoughts no tongue, nor any unproportioned thought his act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. Those friends thou hast, and their adoption tried, grapple them unto thy soul with hoops of steel. But do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each new-hatched, unfledged courage. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in, bear that the posed may beware of thee. Give every man thy ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy, rich, not gaudy. For the apparel oft proclaims the man, and they in France of the best rank and station are of most select and generous chief in that. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell, my blessings season this in thee. I remember that from Legally Blonde, the musical.
To thine own self be true. Haha. Most humbly I do take my leave, my lord.
The time invests you. Go, your servants tend.
Farewell, Ophelia, and remember well what I have said to you.
'Tis in my memory locked, and you yourself shall keep the key of it.
Farewell. Laertes exits.
Yes,
and
thank
so
God.
exits my Scottish accent.
Oh, you get to be the cowabunga dude in a minute.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right.
I was born to be a Ninja Turtle.
Come on, man, I gotta focus. What is it, Ophelia, he hath said to you?
Well, Raphael, so please you, something touching the Lord Hamlet.
Marry, well bethought, 'tis told me he hath very oft of late given private time to you, and you yourself have of your audience been most free and bounteous. If it be so, as so 'tis put on me, and that in way of caution, I must tell you, you do not understand yourself so clearly as it behooves my daughter and your honor. What is between you? Give me up the truth.
Like Cowabunga, he hath, my lord, of late made many tenders of his affection of me.
Affection. Pah! You speak like a green girl unsifted in such perilous circumstance. Do you believe his tenders, as you call them?
I don't know, my lord. What should I think?
Marry, I will teach you. Think yourself a baby that you have taken these tenders for true pay, which are not sterling. Tender yourself more dearly, or, not to crack the wind of the poor phrase, running it thus, you'll tender me a fool.
But Master Splinter, he hath importuned me with love in an honorable fashion.
Aye, fashion you may call it. Go to.
And hath given countenance to his speech, my lord, with almost all the holy vows of heaven.
Aye, springs to catch woodcocks. I do know, when the blood burns, how prodigal the soul lends the tongue vows. These blazes, daughter, giving more light than heat, extinct in both even in their promise as it is a-making. You must not take for fire, for this time be something scanter of your maiden presence. Set your entreatments at a higher rate than a command to parle. For Lord Hamlet believed so much in him that he is young, and with a larger tether may he walk than may be given you. In few, Ophelia, do not believe his vows, for they are brokers, not of that dye which their investments show, but mere implorators of unholy suits, breathing, like sanctified and pious bawds, the better to beguile. This is for all. I would not in plain terms from this time forth have you so slander any moment leisure as to give words or talk with the Lord Hamlet. Look to it, I charge you. Come your ways.
I shall obey, my lord.
Yes, Master Splinter.
Yes, Master Splinter.
Why is the old man voice so hard to do? Old men do it every day.
Well, because they're actually old men.
I've got to have a better lung capacity than your average grandpa.
I don't know about that one. I've met some pretty long-winded grandpas.
That's true. They've just mastered circular breathing. It's a technique you learn. Okay.
Scene 4. Enter Hamlet, Horatio, and Marcellus.
Oh, God. Okay, so I got to be Hamlet now?
Yep.
Oh, good. One easy voice to another. The air bites shrewdly. It is very cold.
It is a nipping and an eager air.
What hour now?
I think it lacks of 12.
No, it is struck.
Indeed, I heard it not. It then draws near the season wherein the spirit held is wont to talk.
Oh, flourish of trumpets and 2 pieces goes off.
What does that mean, my lord?
The king doth wake tonight and takes his rouse, keeps wassail and the swaggering uprising reels, and as he drains his draughts of Rhenish down, the kettle drum and trumpet thus bray out the triumph of his pledge.
Is it a custom?
Oh my God, how long is this one?
Hamlet, the play of speeches.
Aye, Mary is, but to my mind, though I am native here and to the manor born. What? To the manor? Oh, for some reason I always thought to the manor born was like MANOR, like I was born in a mansion, baby. But I guess this makes sense. To the manor born, for those at home, it's spelled MANNER. So like, the manners of this place.
Nobility.
Yes, to the manor born. Anyway, and to the manor born, it is a custom more honored in the breach than the observance. This heavy-headed revel east and west makes us traduced and taxed of other nations. They clep? Looks like clep. They clep us drunkards, and with swinish phrase soil our addition. And indeed it takes from our achievements, though performed at height, the pith and marrow of our attribute. So oft it chances in particular men that for some vicious mole of nature in them, as in their birth, wherein they are not guilty, since nature cannot choose his origin, by the o'ergrowth of some complexion, oft breaking down the pales and forts of reason, or by some habit that too much o'erleavens the form of plausive manners, that these men, carrying, I say, the stamp of one defect, being nature's livery or fortune's star, his virtues else, be they as pure as grace, as infinite as man may undergo, shall in the general censure take corruption from that particular fault. The dram of evil doth all the noble substance of a doubt to his own scandal.
Enter Ghost. Look, my lord, it comes.
Oh, God, okay.
Jeez.
Okay. Angels and ministers of grace, defend us! Be thou a spirit of health or goblin damned, bring with thee airs from heaven or blasts from hell, be thy intents wicked or charitable, thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, king, father, royal Dane. Oh, answer me! Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonized bones, hearsed in death, have burst their cerements, why the sepulchre wherein we saw thee quietly interned hath opened his ponderous and marble jaws to cast thee up again. What may this mean that thou, dead corpse, again in complete steel revisits thus the glimpses of the moon, making night hideous, and we, fools of nature, so horridly to shake our disposition with thoughts beyond the reaches of our souls? Say, what is this? Wherefore? What should we do?
Ghost beckons. It beckons you to go away with it, as if some impartment did desire to you alone.
Look with what courteous action it waves you to a more removed ground, but do not go with it.
No, by no means.
It will not speak, then I will follow it.
Do not, my lord.
Why? What should be the fear? I do not set my life at a pin's fee, and for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? It waves me forth again, I'll follow it.
What if it tempt you toward the flood, my lord? Or to the dreadful summit of the cliff that beetles o'er his base into the sea, and there assume some other horrible form which might deprive you your sovereignty of reason and draw you into madness? Think of it. This very place puts toys of desperation without more motive into every brain that looks so many fathoms to the sea, and hears it roar beneath.
It waves me still. Go on, I'll follow thee.
You shall not go, my lord.
They hold back.
They hold back.
Hold off your hands. Get off me.
Be ruled, ye shall not go.
My fate cries out and makes each petty archer in this body as hardy as the Nemean lion's nerve. Still am I called. Unhand me, gentlemen. By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me. I say away. Go on, I'll follow thee.
Ghost and Hamlet exit. He waxes desperate with imagination.
Let's follow. 'Tis not fit thus to obey him.
Have after. To what issue will this come?
Something is rotten in the state of Denmark.
Heaven will direct it.
Nay, let's follow him.
They exit. They did not split up and look for clues.
You get to be Hamlet, and I get to be the ghost!
Scene 5. Enter Ghost and Hamlet. Whither wilt thou lead me? Speak, I'll go no further.
Mark me.
I will.
My hour is almost come when I, to sulphurous and tormenting flames, must render up myself.
Alas, poor ghost!
Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold.
Speak, I am bound to hear.
So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast in fires till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. But that I am forbid to tell the secrets of my prison house, I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes like stars start from their spheres, thy knotted and combined locks to part, and each particular hair to stand an end like quills upon the fearful porpentine. But this eternal blazon must not be to ears of flesh and blood. List, list, oh list, if thou didst ever thy dear father love.
Oh, God!
Revenge his most foul and unnatural murder.
Murder?
Murder most foul as in the best it is, but this most foul, strange and unnatural.
Haste me to know it, that I, with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love, may sweep to my revenge.
I find thee apt, and duller shouldst thou be than the fat weed that roots itself in ease on Lethe wharf, wouldst thou not stir in this. Now, Hamlet, hear, 'tis given out that, sleeping in my orchard, a serpent stung me. So the whole ear of Denmark is by a forged process of my death rankly abused. But know, thou noble youth, the serpent that did sting thy father's life now wears his crown.
Oh, my prophetic soul, my uncle.
Aye, that
Otto.
incestuous. Fuck you, Otto. We're coming for you next episode. Okay. Aye, that incestuous, that adulterate beast with witchcraft of his wits, with traitorous gifts, O wicked wit and gifts that have the power so to seduce, won with his shameful lust the will of my most seeming virtuous queen. O Hamlet, what a falling off there was from me whose love was of that dignity that it went hand in hand even with the vow I made to her in marriage, and to decline upon a wretch whose natural gifts were poor to those of mine. But virtue, as it never will be moved, the lewdness courted in a shape of heaven, so lust, though to a radiant angel linked, will sate itself in a celestial bed and prey on garbage. But soft, methinks I scent the morning air. Brief let me be, sleeping within my orchard, my custom always of the afternoon. Upon my secure hour thy uncles stole with juice of cursed Hebna in a vial, and in the porches of my ears did pour the leprous distilment, whose effect holds such an enmity with blood of man, that swift as quicksilver it courses through the natural gates and alleys of the body. and with a sudden vigor it doth possess, and curd like eager droppings into milk, the thin and wholesome blood. So did it mine, and a most instant tetter barked about, most lazar-like, with vile and loathsome crust all my smooth body. Thus was I sleeping by a brother's hand of life, of crown, of queen at once dispatched, cut off even in the blossoms of my sin, unhouselled, disappointed, unannealed, no reckoning made, but sent to my account, with all my imperfections on my head. Oh, horrible, oh, horrible, most horrible! If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. Let not the royal bed of Denmark be a couch for luxury and damned incest. But howsoever thou pursues this act, taint not thy mind, nor let thy soul contrive against thy mother aught. Leave her to heaven, and to those thorns that in her bosom lodge, to prick and sting her. Fare thee well at once. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and gins to pale his uneffectual fire. Adieu, adieu, adieu. Remember me.
He exits. Nicely done.
Thank you. I'm just gonna clean off my mic a little bit. Got a little spitty in there.
Oh, all of you, host of heaven! Oh, earth, what else? And shall I couple hell? Oh, behold, hold my sinews grow not instant old, but bear me stiffly up. Remember thee, thou poor ghost, whilst memory holds a seat in this distracted globe. Remember thee? Yeah, from the table of my memory I'll trivial fond record. All saws of books, all forms, all pressures past, that youth and observation copied there, and thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. Yes, by heaven, O most pernicious woman, O villain, smiling, damned villain. My tables meet it as I set it down, that one may smile and be a villain. At least I am sure it may be so in Denmark.
He writes something.
So, uncle, there you are. Now to my word, it is adieu, adieu. Remember me. I have sworn it.
The change between your ghost voice and having to do Danny is nuts.
We can start playing Hamlet seriously anytime.
I don't know if we should play him here seriously, but I think we can mix up the voice a little bit. Although I do love that Hamlet's conflict is with an uncle, and Danny's only significant family member is an uncle.
You know the thing that like some anime do, where like a character will like hit their head and then they're in an Alice in Wonderland homage for an episode?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is Danny takes a nap and wakes up and it's like she's in Hamlet now. Just the whole thing is played straight. Everyone else is slotted into a random role.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Enter Horatio and Marcellus.
My lord, my lord.
Lord Hamlet.
Heaven secure him.
So be it.
Hello, ho ho, my lord. What?
Hello, ho ho, boy. Come, bird, come.
How is't, my noble lord?
What news, my lord?
Oh, wonderful.
Good, my lord, tell it.
No, you will reveal it.
Not I, my lord. By heaven, Velma's the one who always pulls the masks off of the... Guys, come on,
Hey, nor I, my lord. I can't see a thing without my glasses.
Hell say you, then. Would heart of man once think it? But you'll be secret?
Aye, by heaven, my lord.
There's never a villain dwelling in all Denmark, but he's an arrant knave.
There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave to tell us this.
Why, right you are in the right. And so, without more circumstance at all, I hold it fit that we shake hands and part. You, as your business and desire shall point you, for every man hath business and desire such as it is, and for my own poor part, I will go pray.
These are but wild and whirling words, my lord.
I'm sorry they offend you heartily. Yes, faith, heartily.
There's no offense, my lord.
Yes, by St. Patrick, but there is, Horatio.
What?
And so much offense, too. Touching this vision here, it is an honest ghost. Let me tell you, for your desire to know what is between us. Or, master,
Oh my god, there's so many apostrophes.
Okay, so he's basically saying, for your desire to know what is between us, or master it as you may. Basically, stop asking. It's fine. Everything's chill.
or master it as you may, and now, good friends, as you are friends, scholars, and soldiers, give me one poor request.
What is't, my lord? We will.
Never make known what you have seen here tonight.
My lord, we will not.
Nay, but swear it.
In faith, my lord, not I.
Nor I, my lord, in faith.
Upon my sword.
We have sworn, my lord, already.
Indeed, upon my sword, indeed. Oh, hey, you get to be the ghost for one line.
Ooh.
Swear.
Ha ha, boy, say'st thou so? Art thou there, true Penny? Come on, you hear this fellow in the cellarage. Consent to swear.
Propose the oath, my lord.
Never to speak of this that you have seen. Swear by my sword.
Swear.
Hic et ubique? The fuck? Is that Latin?
I have to assume it's that or French.
Latin and shit. Then we'll shift our ground. Come hither, gentlemen, and lay your hands again upon my sword. Swear by my sword never to speak of this that you have heard.
Swear by his sword.
Well said, old mole. Canst work in the earth so fast. A worthy pioneer. Once more remove, good friends.
Oh, day and night, but this is wonder strange.
Really seems totally normal
We've
to me.
got a mystery on our hands.
Nah, it's just the mole people telling you to swear on my sword. Get over here. And therefore, as a stranger, give it welcome. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. But come, here as before, never, so help you mercy. How strange or odd some ever? Why do they keep saying some ever in this play? It's like, that's not whatever. Okay. How strange or odd some ever I bear myself, as I perchance hereafter shall think meet to an antic disposition on, that you, as such time seeing me, never shall, with arms encumbered thus, or this head shake, or by pronouncing of some doubtful phrase as, well, we know, or we could an if we would, or if we list to speak, or there be an if they might, or such ambiguous givings out, to note that you know aught of me. This do swear, so grace and mercy at your most need help you.
Swear.
Rest, perturbed spirit. So, gentlemen, with all my love, I do commend me to you, and what so poor a man as Hamlet is may do it to express his love and friending to you, God willing, shall not lack. Why the... Learn a fucking, what the fuck do you think a comma splice is, Hamlet? Let us go in together, and still your fingers on your lips, I pray. The time is out of joint. Oh, cursed spite, that I was ever born to set it right. Nay, come, let's go together.
They exit.
Act 2. We just change it on the
Scene 1.
scripty script. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Oh, God, Hamlet.
I get to do my old man voice.
Yeah! Or you can do the Mickey Mouse voice again, should you so desire. Enter old Polonius with his man, Reynaldo.
Give him this money and these notes, Reynaldo.
I will, my lord.
You shall do marvelous wisely, good Reynaldo. I can't. That's not an old man.
The old man kind of sounds more like this, like back of the
You
throat.
shall do marvelously, good Reynaldo. Before you visit him, make inquire of his behavior.
My lord, I did intend it.
Marry, well said, very well said. Look at you, sir. Inquire me first what danskers are in Paris. And how and who, and what means and where they keep, what company at what expense, and finding by this encompassment and drift of question that they do know my son, come you more nearer than your particular demands will touch it. Take you as 'twere some distant knowledge of him, and thus I know his father and his friends, and impart him. Do you mark this, Reynaldo?
Aye, very well, my lord.
And impart him, but you may say not well, but if he be, I mean, he's very wild, addicted, and so, and so. and there put on him what forgeries you please. Marry, none so rank as may dishonor him, take heed of that. But, sir, such wanton, wild, and usual slips as our companions noted and most known to youth and liberty.
As gaming, my lord.
Aye, or drinking, fencing, swearing, quarreling, drabbing, you may go so far.
My lord, that would dishonor him.
Faith, no, as you may season in the charge, you must not put another scandal on him. That he is open to incontinency, that's not my meaning, but breathe his faults so quaintly that they may seem the taints of liberty, the flash and outbreak of a fiery mind, a savageness and unreclaimed blood, of general assault.
But, my good lord.
Wherefore should you do this?
Aye, my lord, I would know that.
Marry, sir, here's my drift, and I believe it is a fetch of wit, you lying these slight sullies on my son, as 'twere a thing of soiled working. Mark you your party and converse, him you would sound, having ever seen in the predominant crimes the youth you breathe of guilty. Be assured he closes with you in this consequence. Good sir, or so, friend or gentleman, according to the phrase of the edition of Man and Country.
Very good, my lord.
And then, sir, does he does, what was I about? Oh, what was I about to say? By the mass, I was about to say something. Where did I leave?
At closes in the consequence, at friend or so, and gentleman.
At closes in the consequence. I marry. He closes thus. I know the gentleman. I saw him yesterday, or the other day, or then in the with such or such, and you say there was he gaming, there, or he took in his rouse, there was a falling out at tennis, or perchance I saw him enter such a house of sale. Videlicite.
The fuck is that? Videlicite.
Brothel or so forth. See you now, your bait of falsehood took this carp of truth, and thus we do of wisdom and of reach with windlasses and with the says of biases, so in directions find directions out. So by my former lecture and advice shall you, my son. You have me, have you not?
My lord, I have.
God be with you, fare you well.
Good, my lord.
Observe his inclination in yourself.
I shall, my lord.
And let him play his music.
Well, my lord.
Farewell. Rinaldo exits.
I love that Polonius is so fucking stupid. I need you to slander my son. Don't worry, it'll be great. What?
It's going to go over wonderfully.
Literally, what was his explanation for why he wants Rinaldo to, like, do all that shit?
It builds character, Red.
God. And people still tattoo themselves with "To thine own self be true." Guys, it's bad advice from an idiot.
Enter Ophelia.
How now, Ophelia? What's the matter?
Cowabunga, dude. Oh, my lord, I've been so affrighted.
What? With the name of God?
My lord, as I was sewing in my closet, Lord Hamlet, with his doublet all unbraced, no hat upon his head, his stockings fouled, ungartered, and down jived to his ankle, pale as his shirt, his knees knocking together, and with a look so piteous in purport, as if he'd been loosed out of hell to speak of horrors, he comes before me.
Mad for thy love?
My lord, I do not know, but truly I do fear it.
What said he?
He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus o'er his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as he would draw it. Long stayed he so. At last, a little shaking of mine arm, and thrice his head thus waving up and down, he raised a sigh so piteous and profound as it did seem to shatter all his bulk and end his being. That done, he lets me go, and with his head over his shoulders turned, he seemed to find his way without his eyes, for out of doors he went without their helps, and to the last bended their like to me.
Come now, go with me. I will go seek the king. This is the very ecstasy of love, whose violent property foredoes itself and leads the will to desperate undertakings. As oft as any passions under heaven that does afflict our natures, I'm sorry. What have you given him? Any hard words of late?
He's so fucking stupid. Sounds like he's in love. How sweet. Cowabunga, dude. No, my good lord, but as you did command, I did repel his letters and denied his access to me.
That hath made him mad. I am sorry that with better judgment I had not courted him. I feared he did but trifle, and meant to wreck thee, but beshrew my jealousy.
But
By
what?
heaven, it is as proper to our age to cast beyond ourselves in our opinions as it is common for the younger sort to lack discretion. Come, we go to the king. This must be known, which, being kept close, might move more grief to hide than hate to utter love. Come, 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 come.
They exit.
What? Okay, beshrew my jealousy? This is a man wooing his daughter. What the fuck did... How... Okay. Remember how last time we were like, hey, is this a dick joke? I feel like now, like, the name of the game is how many incest references are in this play?
Yeah, that sounds about par for the course for Hamlet.
Yeah. Okay, scene 2.
Scene 2. Flourish! Enter King and Queen, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern in attendance.
Woo!
I have a proposition for Rosencrantz and Guildenstern before we even get there.
Is
I
it
feel
Timon
this
and
is a
Pumbaa?
slam dunk. No, even better.
Oh?
Jesse and James, baby, Team
Oh!
Rocket.
Oh, boy, it's been a hot minute, but I think I can pick that up.
I'm ready.
Yes. Okay, and attendance. All right, fuck. Polonius is one old man, and then the king is like a different old man voice. Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover, that we much did long to see you, the need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something have you heard of Hamlet's transformation, so call it, sith nor the exterior nor the inward man resembles that it was. What it should be, more than his father's death, that thus hath put him so much from the understanding of himself, I cannot dream of. I entreat you both, that being of so young days brought up with him, and sith so neighboured to his youth and haviour, that you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little time, so by your companies to draw him on to pleasures, and to gather so much as from occasion you may glean, whether aught to us unknown afflicts him thus, that opened lies within our remedy.
Did the queen have a specific voice, or was she just sort of generic regal lady?
She was sort of a generic regal lady, but you know.
Good gentleman, he hath much talked of you, and sure I am to men there is not living. If it will please you to show us so much gentry and goodwill as to expend your time with us a while, for the supply and profit of our hope, visitations shall receive such thanks as fits a king's remembrance.
Okay. It's been a really long time since I watched Pokemon.
Okay, so Jesse is kind of like the Ojao Sama laugh taken to the extension, and then James is a bit more smooth.
Okay, yes, I actually do Both your majesties might, by the sovereign power you have of us, put your dread pleasures more into command than to entreaty.
But we both obey, and here give up ourselves in full bent, lay our service freely at feet, to be commanded.
Thanks, Rosencrantz and gentle Guildenstern.
Thanks, Guildenstern and gentle Rosencrantz, and I beseech you instantly to visit my too much changed. Go, some of you, and bring these gentlemen where Hamlet is.
Heavens make our presence and our practices pleasant and helpful to him.
Aye, amen. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern exit far too soon with some attendance.
Okay.
Enter Polonius.
Oh,
damn it.
no, it's okay. I gotta be
Old man
Polonius
again.
because you had a line
I
with the
know.
queen. So, the ambassadors from Norway, my good lord, are joyfully returned.
Thou,
Kind of King
thou
Rome.
still hast been the father of good news.
Have I, my lord? I assure my good liege I hold my duty as I hold my soul, both to my God and to my gracious king. And I do think, or else this brain of mine hunts not the trail of policy so sure as it hath used to do, that I have found the very cause of Hamlet's lunacy.
Oh, speak of that I do long to hear.
Give first admittance to the ambassadors. My news shall be the fruit to that great feast.
Thyself do grace them and bring us in. And thyself do grace to them and bring them in. None of the words in that sentence were correct the first time I read them. Polonius exits. He tells me, my dear Gertrude, he hath found the head and source of all your son's distemper.
I doubt it is no other but the main, his father's death and our hasty marriage.
Well, we shall sift him.
Enter ambassadors Voltmond and Cornelius with Polonius.
Welcome, my good friends. Say, Voltmond, what for my brother Norway?
Oh, fuck. This guy's new, right? And he talks for a hot minute.
Make him any voice you want, Red. It's your chance to pop off.
Well, since I negated that Mickey Mouse voice, I feel it's only fair that I equivalent exchange it back. Most fair return of greetings and desires. Upon our first, he sent out to suppress his nephew's levies, which to him appeared to be a preparation against the Polack, but better looked into, he truly found it was against your highness. Whereat, grieved that so his sickness, age, and impotence was falsely borne in hand, sends out arrests on Fortinbras, which he, in brief, obeys, receives rebuke from Norway, and, in fine, makes vow before his uncle nevermore to give the say of arms against your majesty. Whereon old Norway, overcome with joy, gives him 70,000 crowns in annual fee, and his commission to employ those soldiers so levied as before against the Polack with an entreaty herein further shown.
He gives a paper.
Riveting stuff. That it might please you to give quiet pass through your dominions for this enterprise on such regards of safety and allowance as therein are set down.
It likes us well, and at our more considered time will read, answer and think upon this business. Meantime, we thank you for your well-took labor. Go to your rest. At night we'll feast together. Most welcome home.
For Voltmund and
Cornelius exit.
This business is well ended. My liege and madam, to expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, what why day is day, night night, and time is time, were nothing but to waste night, day, and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, and tediousness the limbs and outward flourishes, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad, call I, for to define true madness, what is but nothing else but mad. But let that go.
More matter with less art.
Madam, I swear I use no art at all. God, so terrible. That he's mad, 'tis true, 'tis true, 'tis pity, and pity 'tis true. A foolish figure, but farewell it, for I will use no art. Mad let us grant him then, and now remains that we find out the cause of this effect, or rather say, the cause of this defect. For this effect defective comes by cause, thus it remains, and the remainder thus. Perpend, I have a daughter. Do you want to see photos? I've got some photos on my phone.
I think I've my wallet, actually. Put it out for a moment.
Just bear with me. Have, while she is mine, who in her duty and obedience, mark, hath given me this. And now gather and surmise. He reads. To the celestial and my soul's idol, the most beautiful Ophelia, that's an ill phrase, a vile phrase. Beautified is a vile phrase, but you shall hear. Thus, he reads, in her excellent white bosom, these, etc., etc.
Came this from Hamlet to her?
Good madam, stay a while. Bear with me. I'm getting to the point one of these days. I will be faithful. He reads
the letter.
Doubt thou the stars are fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. Oh, dear Ophelia, I am ill at these numbers, I have not art to reckon my groans, but that I love thee best. Oh, most best, believe it. Datibayo, adieu. Thine evermore, most dear lady, whilst this machine is to him, Hamlet. This in obedience hath my daughter shown me, and more above hath his solicitings, as they fell out by time, by means, and place, all given to mine ear.
But how hath she received
What do you think of me?
as a man faithful and honourable, and very, very old.
What?
So old.
I'm spry as fuck,
old.
young man, I'll have you know.
just an old man who just keeps hanging around my castle
It's
for
like the
reasons
Dark
that I don't
Ages or
totally
something.
understand. How have you lived this long, frankly? You're far beyond the usual life expectancy.
I'm spry as any. Nobody can get me. Death will have to take me when I'm sleeping because it knows I'll put up a fight. Anyway, I would fain prove so, but what might you think when I had seen this hot love on the wing, as I perceived it? I must tell you that before my daughter told me. What might you, or my dear majesty, your queen here, think if I had played the I'm sorry, just the fucking You're so fucking old bit just creeped up on me and is completely destroying my ability to get through this fucking novel. Okay. Okay. If I had played the desk or table book, or given my heart a winking mute and dumb, or looked upon this love with idle sight, what might you think? No, I went round to work, and my young mistress thus I did bespeak, Lord Hamlet is a prince. Out of thy star, this must not be. And then I prescripts gave her that she should lock herself from his resort, admit no messengers, receive no tokens, which done, she took the fruits of my advice. And he, repelled, a short tale to make, fell into sadness, then into a fast, thence to a watch, thence into a weakness, thence to a lightness, and by this declension into the madness wherein now he raves, and all we mourn for.
Do you think 'tis this?
It may be very like. Oh, you get to be the old man now.
Has there been such a time? I would fain to know that I have positively said 'tis so when it is proved otherwise.
Not that I know.
Take this from this, if this be otherwise. If circumstances lead me, I will find where truth is hid, though it were hid indeed within her.
I'm sorry, chat's pointing out that we just made him sound like an ant. Don't be hasty, man, right? My lord. Oh god, the king's voice. Doubling up on the king and Polonius is a friggin' nightmare. How may we try it further?
You know, sometimes he walks 4 hours together here in the lobby.
So he does indeed.
At such a time, I'll loose my daughter to him.
Get him!
I sycamore her, and she'll use her
nunchucks, I believe the kids call them. She'll grind a sick half-pipe and show him what for, your majesty.
What is that phrase she's always yelling? Yes, cowabunga, I believe. Anyway, to the king.
Yeah.
Be you and I behind an arras then. Mark the encounter if he love her not, and be not from his reason fallen there, and let be no assistant for a state, but keep a farm and carters.
We will try it.
Enter Hamlet, reading on a book.
But look where sadly the poor wretch comes reading. Bitch, that's your son. What's wrong with you?
Away, I do beseech you both. Away, I'll board him presently. Oh, give me leave.
King and queen exit with attendants.
How does my good Lord Hamlet?
Well, God of mercy.
Do you know me, my lord?
Excellent well. You are a fishmonger.
Not I, my lord.
Then I would you were so honest a man.
Honest, my lord.
Aye, sir. To be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 10,000.
That's very true, my lord.
For if the sun breed maggots and a dead dog, being a good kissing carrion, have you a daughter?
I have, my lord.
Let her not walk in the sun. Conception is a blessing, but as your daughter may conceive, friend, look to it.
As an aside.
How say you that? Still harping on my daughter? Yet he knew me not at first. He said I was a fishmonger. He is far gone, and truly in my youth I suffered much extremity for love. Very near this.
I fucked a lot.
What do you read, my lord?
Words.
What is the matter, my lord?
Between who?
I mean the matter that you read, my lord.
Slanders, sir, for the satirical rogue says here that old men have gray beards, that their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick amber and plum tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit, together with most weak hams. Terrible ass. Real disappointing overall. All which, sir, though I most powerfully and potently believe, yet I hold it not honesty to have it thus set down, for yourself, sir, shall grow old as I am, if, like a crab, you could go backwards. What was that thing about carcinization? The fuck is with Shakespeare putting crabs in these plays?
Still this be madness, yet there is method in it. What when you walk out on the air, my lord?
Into my grave.
Indeed, if that's out of the air. How pregnant sometimes his replies are. The happiness that often madness hits on, with which reason and sanity could not so prosperously be delivered of. I will leave him, and suddenly contrive the means of meeting him, but meeting between him and my daughter. My lord, I will take my leave of.
You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part withal, except my life. Except my life. Except my life.
Fare you well, my lord.
These tedious old fools.
I heard that. Hold on.
No, you didn't. I'm mad, remember?
Ooh,
I've-
enter Guildenstern and Rosencrantz.
Prepare for trouble!
Yes.
Oh, God. Okay, so you get to be Polonius first.
You seek to the Lord Hamlet, there he is.
God save you, sir.
Polonius exits, thank God. My honored lord.
My most dear lord.
My excellent good friends, how dost thou, Guildenstern? Ah, Rosencrantz, good lads, how do you both?
Okay, yes, this is still James. As the indifferent children of the earth.
Happy in that we are not over happy. On fortune's cap we are not the very button.
Nor the soles of her shoe.
Neither, my lord.
Then you live about her waist or in the middle of her favors?
Faith her privates we.
In the secret parts of fortune? Oh, most true. She is a strumpet. What news?
None, my lord, but that's the world's grown honest.
Then is doomsday near. But your news is not true. Let me question more in particular. What have you, my good friends, deserved at the hands of fortune that she sends you to prison hither?
Prison, my lord?
Denmark's a prison.
Then is the world one.
A goodly one, in which there are many confines, wards, and dungeons, Denmark being one of the worst.
We think not so, my lord.
Why then, 'tis none to you, for there is nothing either good nor bad, but thinking makes it so. To me, it is a prison.
Why then, your ambition makes it one. 'Tis too narrow for your mind.
Oh God, I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams.
Which dreams indeed are ambition, for the very substance of the ambitious is merely a shadow of...
A dream itself is but a shadow.
Truly, and I hold ambition of so airy and quality that it is but a shadow.
Then are our beggars' bodies, and our monarchs and outstretched heroes the beggars' shadows. Shall we to the court? For by my fay, I cannot reason.
We'll wait upon you.
No such matter.
I
I
tried
will...
to do both of their voices at the same time.
You averaged.
Instead of just picking one at his
We'll wait upon you.
We'll wait upon
Me out, that's right. No such matter. I will not sort you with the rest of my servants, for, to speak to you like an honest man, I am most dreadfully attended. But in the beaten way of friendship, what make you at Elsinore?
To visit you, my lord. No other occasion.
Beggar that I am even poor in thanks. But I thank you, and sure, dear friends, my thanks are too dear a halfpenny. Were you not sent for? Is it your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Come, deal justly with me. Come, nay, speak.
What should we say, my lord?
Anything but to the purpose. You were sent for, and there is a kind of confession in your looks which your modesties have not craft enough to color. I know the good king and queen have sent for you.
To what end, my lord?
That you must teach me. But let me conjure you by the rights of our fellowship, by the consonancy of our youth, by the obligations of our ever-preserved love, and by what more dear a better proposer can charge you withal. Be even and direct with me whether you were sent for or no.
Rosencrantz to Guildenstern. What say you?
Hamlet aside, nay then, I have an eye of you. If you love me, hold not off.
My lord, we were sent for.
I will tell you why. So shall my anticipation prevent your discovery, and your secrecy to the king and queen moult no feather. I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, foregone all custom of exercises, and indeed it goes so heavily with my disposition that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory. This most excellent canopy, the air, look you, this brave o'erhanging firmament, this majestical roof fretted with golden fire, why, it appeareth nothing to me but a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. What a piece of work is a man! How noble in reason! How infinite in faculties, in form and moving! How express and admirable! In action, how like an angel! In apprehension, how like a god! The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals! And yet, to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me, no, nor women neither, though by your smiling you seem to say so.
My lord, there was no such stuff in my thought.
Why did you laugh, then, when I said man delights not me?
To think, my lord, if you delight not in man, what Lenten entertainment players shall receive from you. We coated them on the way, and hither are they coming to offer you service.
He that plays the king shall be welcome, his majesty shall have tribute on me. The adventurous knight shall use his foil and target, the lover shall not sigh gratis, the humorous man shall end his part in peace, the clown shall make those laugh whose lungs are tickled o'er the seer, and the lady shall say her mind freely, or the blank verse shall halt for it. What players are they?
Even those you want to take such delight in, the tragedians of the city.
How chances it they travel? Their residence, both in reputation and profit, was better both ways.
I think their inhibition comes by means of the late innovation.
Do they hold the same estimation they did when I was in the city? Are they so followed?
No, indeed they are not.
How comes it? Do they grow rusty?
Nay, their endeavour keeps in the wonted pace, but theirs is, sir, an aerie of children, little eyases that cry out on top of question and are most tyrannically clapped for it. They are now the fashion and so berattle the common stages, so they call them, that many wearing rapiers are afraid of goose quills and dare scarce come thither.
I'm sorry, is this like a little bit of timely social commentary of like,
I think so.
oh, nobody wants to see good tragedies anymore. Everyone's just going to like, what the fuck is he even talking about? Like children? An area of children. Okay, who the fuck does this? Is Shakespeare.
Like child performers
Huh.
are getting really big now.
So like Shakespeare's mad because Shirley Temple's getting more hits.
Yeah. You can get the full Shirley Temple collection now. Animal crackers. Did you get to see those advertisements all the fucking time when you were a kid? This is a total tangent. But it would always be like, animal crackers in my soup, monkeys and rabbits, loop-da-loop. The Shirley Temple box, 18-box collection. And it'd be like 18 movies you never heard about, and ads just played constantly at like 2 a.m. on like Cartoon Network.
Yeah, that makes sense. Most of the ads that I saw over and over again were the ones on the Avatar DVD box set. God, what were we talking about? Oh yeah. What, are they children? Who maintains them? How are they escorted? Will they pursue the quality no longer than they can sing? Will they not say afterwards if they should grow themselves to common players, as it is most like? If their means are no better, their writers do them wrong to make them exclaim against their own succession?
Faith, there has been much to do on both sides, and the nation holds it no sin to tar them both to controversy. There was for a while no money bid for argument unless the poet and the player went to cuffs in the question.
Is it possible?
Oh, there hasn't been much throwing about of brain.
Do the boys carry it away?
Aye, that they do, my lord. Hercules and his load, too.
It is not very strange, for my uncle is king of Denmark, and those that would make mouths at him while my father lived give 20, 40, 50, 100 ducats apiece for his picture in little. Splud, there is something in this more than natural, if philosophy could find it out.
A flourish for the players. And there are the players.
Gentlemen, you are welcome to Elsinore. Your hands, come then. The appurtenance of welcome is fashion and ceremony. Let me comply with you in this garb, lest my extent to the players, which, I tell you, must show fairly outwards, should more appear like entertainment than yours. You are welcome, but my uncle, father, and aunt mother are deceived.
In what, my dear lord?
I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw. What?
Enter Polonius.
I'm
God
only
damn
crazy
it.
from certain directions. What is Hamlet doing?
We'll be with you, gentlemen.
Hark you, Guildenstern, and you too, and each ear a hearer. That great baby you see there is not yet out of his swaddling clouds.
Happily, he is the second time come to them, where they say an old man is child.
I will prophesy he comes to tell me of the players. Mark it. You say right, sir, a Monday morning. 'Twas then indeed.
My lord, I have some news to tell you.
My lord, I have news to tell you. When Roscius was an actor in Rome...
The actors are come hither, my lord.
Buzz, buzz.
upon my honor.
Then came each actor on his ass.
The best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, commercial, historical, pastoral, tragical, historical, tragical, comical, historical, pastoral, scene infinitable, or poem unlimited. Seneca cannot be too heavy, nor Pelagius too light. For the law of written the liberty.
Oh, Jephthah, judge of Israel, what a treasure hast thou!
What treasure has he, my lord?
Why, one fair daughter and no more, that which he loved passing well.
Still on my daughter.
Am I not in the right, old Jephthah?
If you call me Jephthah, my lord, I have a daughter that I love passing well.
Nay, that follows not.
What follows then, my lord?
He's gone full Solid Snake, and I'm not sorry. At least I know
That's
how to
okay.
do it. Why, as by lot, God wot, and then, it came to pass, as most like it was, the first row of the pious chanson will show you more, for look where my abridgment comes.
Enter the players.
You are welcome, masters, welcome all. I am glad to see thee well. Welcome, good friends. Oh, my old friend, why thy face is valenced since I saw thee last. Comest thou to beard me in Denmark? What, my young lady and mistress? By a lady, your ladyship is nearer to heaven than when I saw you last, by the altitude of a Chopin. Pray God your voice, like a piece of uncurrent gold, be not cracked within the ring. Wow, he's just absolutely destroying these poor Hey, you're looking old and crusty. How you doing? Masters, you are all welcome. We'll into it like French falconers, fly at anything we see. We'll have a speech straight. Come, give us a taste of your quality. Come, a passionate speech.
What speech, my good lord?
I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted, or if it was, not above once. For the play I remember pleased not the million, 'twas caviary to the general. But it was, as I received it, and others whose judgment in such matters cried it in the top of mine, an excellent play, well digested in the scenes, set down with as much modesty as cunning. I remember one said there were no sallets in the lines to make the matter savory, nor no matter in the phrase that might indict the author of affection, but called it an honest method, as wholesome and sweet, and by very much more handsome than fine. One speech in it I chiefly loved. 'Twas Aeneas' tale to Dido, and thereabout of it, especially when he speaks of Priam's slaughter. If it live in your memory, begin at this line. Let me see. The rugged Pyrrhus, like the Hyrcanian beast, 'tis not so, it begins with Pyrrhus. The rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms, black as his purpose, did the knight resemble when he lay couched in the ominous horse, hath now this dread and black complexion smeared with heraldry more dismal. Head to foot now is his total gules, horribly tricked with blood of fathers, mothers, daughters, sons, baked and empasted with the parching streets that led a tyrannous and a damned light to their lord's murder. Roasted in wrath and fire, and thus oversized with coagulate gore, with eyes like carbuncles, the hellish Pyrrhus, old grandsire Pyrrham seeks. So proceed you.
For my God, my lord, well spoken, with good accent and good discretion.
Oh God, okay. So I get to be the first player.
Now you get to be an actor.
No! Okay. Anon he finds him striking too short at Greeks. His antique sword, rebellious to his arm, lies where it falls, repugnant to command. Unequal matched, Pyrrhus at Priam drives, in rage strikes wide, but with the whiff and wind of his fell sword the unnerved father falls. Then senseless Ilium, seeming to feel this blow, with flaming top stoops to his base, and with a hideous crash takes prisoner Pyrrhus's ear. For lo, his sword, which was declining on the milky head of Reverend Priam, seemed in the air to stick, so as a painted tyrant Pyrrhus stood, and, like a neutral to his will and matter, did nothing. But as we often see against some storm a silence in the heavens, the rack stand still, the bold winds speechless, and the orb below as hush as death, anon the dreadful thunder doth rend the region. So after Pyrrhus's pause, aroused vengeance set him new a work, and never did the Cyclops' hammers fall on Mars' armor, forged for proof etern, with less remorse than Pyrrhus' bleeding sword now falls on Priam. Out, out, thou strumpet fortune! All you gods in general synod, take away her power, break all the spokes and fellies from her wheel, and bowl the round knave down the hills of heaven as low as to the fiends.
This is too long.
Fucking rich, Polonius. Uh, it shall to the barber's with your beard. Prithee, say on. He's for a jig or a tale of bawdry, or he sleeps. Say on, come to Hecuba.
But who, whoa? Mobled queen.
The Mobled Queen?
That's good. The Mobled Queen is good.
How many of these are going to have plays within plays, honestly, though?
All of them?
All of them? That makes sense. Shakespeare deserves a little fan service. Run barefoot up and down, threatening the flames with bison rheum, a clout upon that head where late the diadem stood, and for a robe about her lank and all o'er teemed loins a blanket, in the alarm of fear caught up. Who this had seen, with tongue in venom steeped, 'gainst fortune's state would treason have pronounced. But if the gods themselves did see her then, when she saw Pyrrhus make malicious sport in mincing with his sword her husband's limbs, the instant burst of clamour that she made, unless things mortal move them not at all, would have made milch the burning eyes of heaven and passion in the gods.
Look where he has not turned his colour and has tears in his eye. Prithee no more.
'Tis well. I'll have thee speak out the rest of this soon. Good my lord, will you see the players well bestowed? D'ye hear, let them be well used, for they are the abstract and brief chronicles of the time. After your death, you were better have a bad epitaph than their ill report while you live.
My lord, I will use them according to their desert.
God's bodkins, man, much better. Use every man after his desert, and who shall scape whippin'? Use them after your own honor and dignity. The less they deserve, the more merit is in your bounty. Take them in.
Come, sirs.
Follow him, friends. We'll hear a play tomorrow.
As Polonius and players exit, Hamlet speaks to the first player.
Dost thou hear me, old friend? Can you play the murder of Gonzago?
Aye, my lord.
We'll have tomorrow night. You could, for a need, study a speech of some 12 or 16 lines which I would set down and insert in it. Could you not?
Aye, my lord.
Very well. Follow that lord, and look you mock him not.
First player exits.
My good friends, I'll leave you till night. You are welcome to Elsinore.
Good, my lord.
Aye, so goodbye to you.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern exit. Aww.
We're blasting off again! Oh, fuck.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are blasting off again!
Holy fuck, this is like 2 whole pages.
Oof, you can do it. If you're gonna change Hamlet's voice into something else, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, well... Now I am alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I! Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit, that from her working all his visage waned, tears in his eyes, distraction to his aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit, and all for nothing, for Hecuba? What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do had he the motive and the cue for passions that I have? He would drown the stage with tears and cleave the general ear with horrid speech, make mad the guilty and appall the free, confound the ignorant and amaze indeed the very faculties of eyes and ears. Yet I, a dull and muddy-mettled rascal, peak like John o' Dreams, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing. No, not for a king upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain, breaks my pate across, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie in the throat as deep as to the lungs? Who does me this? Ha! Swoons, I should take it, for it cannot be, but I am pigeon-livered and lack gall to make oppression bitter, or ere this I should have fatted all the region kites with this slave's offal. Bloody, bawdy villain, remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain! Oh, vengeance! Why, what an ass I am! This is most brave that I, what an ass I have, more like. I may be a coward, but at least this ass is fat.
I need that on a t-shirt.
Oh, God, excuse me. Another half page to go, lads. This is most brave that I, the son of a dear father murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must like a whore unpack my heart with words and fall a-cursing like a very drab, a stallion. Fie on it, about my brains. I've heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have, by the very cunning of the scene, been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. That's an innuendo, right?
It's gotta be.
It's gotta be. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks, I'll tempt him to the quick. If he do blench, I know my course. The spirit that I have seen may be a devil, and the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape. Yea, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, as he is very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
He exits.
Okay. Act 3.
And we begin Act 3, so take a moment
Just
to
add it
switch
to
that
the-
over.
Yep, here we go.
I did a little stage magic and ran and filled up my water bottle to have a cue for a while.
Hey, nice.
Theater! I was in tech crew for several years, and now I do this frequently.
It's a
So,
step
you
up,
know,
baby.
Maybe find an outlet sooner rather than later.
No director's telling you what to do. Nobody telling you
Yeah.
to speed up Polonius's hot nonsense.
Polonius's hot nonsense has to be slower because I physically don't know how to do that voice without doing the.
It's actually helpful, you know. Some voices have anchor
quiet.
phrases, and with the old man voice, the anchor phrase is just going at the beginning of the line.
How does Travis do that for his campaign 3 character? Is my question.
Oh,
'Cause-
Chutney?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, Chutney's a bit more high. He's more high-pitched
a
sort of
little
old
more
man.
high-pitched old man voice.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Act 3. Scene 1. Enter King, Queen, Polonius, Ophelia, Rosencrantz, and Guildenstern, and Lord. The king. Oh God, right.
He was
just
kind of King
like
Rome
that.
Bosphoramus Hyrule type, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And can you, by no drift of conference, get from him why he puts on this confusion, grating so harshly all his days of quiet with turbulent and dangerous lunacy?
Rosencrantz is Jesse, right?
Jesse.
Or
yeah.
wait, no, James.
No, James.
Yes.
James.
He does confess he feels himself distracted, but from what cause he will by no means speak.
Nor do we find him forward to be sounded, but with crafty madness keeps aloof, when we would bring on to him some confession of his true state.
Did he receive you well?
Most like a gentleman.
But with much forcing of his disposition. Whoa, let's not say that word.
Not of question.
Yeah.
But our demands most free in his reply.
Did you assay him to any pastime?
Madam, it so fell out that certain players were o'erwrought on the way. Of these we told him, and there did seem in him a kind of joy to hear of it. They are here about the court, and I think they have already order this night to play before him.
It is most true, and he beseeched me to entreat your majesties to hear and see the matter.
With all my heart, and it doth much content me to hear him so incline. Good gentlemen, give him a further edge and drive his purpose into these delights.
That's dirty. Well said, my lord.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern in Lord's exit.
You get to be the king again.
Oh, fun. Sweet Gertrude, leave us too, for we have closely sent for Hamlet hither, that he, as 'twere by accident, may here affront Ophelia. Her father and myself, lawful espoused, will so bestow ourselves that, seeing unseen, we may of their encounter frankly judge, and gather by him as he is behaved. If to be
If to be the fliction.
if to be the fliction of his love, or know that thus he suffers for.
I shall obey you, and for your part, Ophelia, I do wish that your good beauties be the happy cause of Hamlet's wildness. So shall I hope your virtues will bring him to his wonted ways again, to both your honors.
Madam, I wish it may.
Queen exits.
Queen
Polonius,
Polonius!
walk you here. Gracious, so please you, we will bestow ourselves. To Ophelia.
To Ophelia.
Read on this book, that show of such an exercise may colour your loneliness. We are oft to blame in this. 'Tis too much proved that with devotion's visage and pious action we do sugar o'er the devil himself.
The king in an aside. Oh, 'tis too true. How smart a lash that speech doth give my conscience. The harlot's cheek beautied with plastering art is not more ugly to the thing that helps than is my deed to my most painted word. Oh, heavy burden.
I hear him coming. Let's withdraw, my lord.
They withdraw. Enter Hamlet.
Oh! It's the big one! Have fun.
Do I do this in Danny's voice or do I do it in the serious one?
So many options. I mean, it's one of the big ones. You could do a serious one.
Yeah. Oh, take a drink of water.
I like how chat's like, Hamlet's trying to murder Claudius, and Claudius is just trying to get him laid.
Claudius is just like, yeah, buddy, wingman. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and, by opposing, end them. To die, to sleep, no more. And by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to, 'tis a consummation, devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have, than fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pitch and moment with disregard their currents turn awry, and lose the name of action. Soft you now, the fair Ophelia, nymph, in thy orisons be all my sins remembered.
Good my lord, how does your honor for this many a day?
I humbly thank you well.
Cowabunga, my lord, I have remembrance of yours that I have long and longed to redeliver. I pray you now receive them.
No, not I. I never gave you that.
My honored lord, you know right well you did, and with them words of so sweet breath composed as made the things more rich, their perfume lost. Take these again, for to the noble mind rich gifts whack poor when givers prove unkind. There, my lord.
Are you honest?
My lord?
Are you fair?
What means your lordship?
That if you be honest and fair, your honesty should admit no discourse.
Could beauty, my lord, have better commerce than with honesty?
Aye, truly, for the power of beauty to transform honesty, but it is to a bawd, then the force of honesty can translate beauty into likeness. This was sometime a paradox, but now the time gives it proof. I did love you.
Indeed, my lord, you made me believe so.
You should not have believed me, for virtue cannot so inoculate our old stock, but we shall relish of it. I loved you not.
I was the more deceived.
Get thee to a nunnery! Why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners?
Ew.
I am myself indifferent, honest, but yet I could accuse me of such things that it were better my mother had not borne me. I am very proud, revengeful, ambitious, high whiz low int, or high int low whiz,
Yeah, come on,
with
man.
more offenses at my beck than I have thoughts to put them in, imagination to give them shape or time to act them in. What should such fellows as I do crawling between earth and heaven? We are arrant knaves, all believe none of us. Go thy ways to a nunnery. Where's your father?
In the sewers, my lord. Come again, oh, my lord.
Let the doors be shut upon him, that he may play the fool nowhere but in his own. Farewell.
Oh, help him, you sweet heavens.
If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for thy dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calamity.
Calumny.
Get
Calumny.
calumny. It'd be cooler if it was calamity.
Oh, I agree, yeah.
Get thee to a nunnery. Farewell. Or if thou wilt needs marry a fool, for a wise man know well enough what monsters you make of them. Go to a nunnery. Go! And quickly, too! Farewell.
Heavenly powers, restore him!
I have heard of your paintings, too. Well, enough. God hath given you one face, and you make yourself another. You jig, and amble, and you lisp. You nickname God's creatures and make your wantonness your ignorance. Go to, I'll no more on't. It hath made me mad. I say we will have no more marriage. Those that are married already, all but one shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. To a nunnery, go!
He exits.
Oh, what a noble mind is here o'erthrown! The courtiers, soldiers, scholars, eye, tongue, sword, the expectancy and rose of the fair state, the glass of fashion and the mould of form, the observed of all observers, quite down. And I, of ladies most dejected and wretched, that sucked the honey of his musicked vows, now see that noble and most sovereign reason, like sweet bells jangled, out of time and harsh, that unmatched form and stature of blown youth blasted with ecstasy. Oh, woe is me, to have seen what I have seen, see what I see!
King advancing with Polonius. Why is Polonius in every scene?
Oh, we love this old man.
Who is this old man? And
I'm
why
never
is he
going to
always
die.
I can't wait till he fucking dies.
No.
Love, his affections do not that way tend, nor what he spake, though it lacked form a little, was not like madness. There's something in his soul o'er which his melancholy sits on brood, and I do doubt the hatch and the disclose will be some danger, which for to prevent I have in quick determination thus set it down. He shall with speed to England, for the demand of our neglected tribute, haply the seas and countries different, with variable objects shall expel. This something settled matter in his heart, whereon his brain still beating puts him thus from fashion of himself. What think you on it?
It shall do well, but yet do I believe the origin and commencements of his grief sprung from neglected love. How now, Ophelia? You need not tell us what Lord Hamlet said. We heard it all. My lord, do as you please, but if you hold it fit after the play, let his queen mother all alone entreat him to show his grief. Let her be round with him, and I'll be placed, so please you, in the ear of all their conference. Yes. If she finds him not, to England to send him, or confine him where your wisdom best shall think.
It shall be so. Madness in great ones must not go unwatched. Must not unwatched go.
They exit.
They exit.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Scene 2. Enter Hamlet and 3 of the players.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue, but if you mouth it, as many of our players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines. Nor do not saw the air too much with your hand thus, but use all gently, for in the very torrent, tempest, and, as I may say, whirlwind of your passions, you must acquire and beget a temperance that may give it smoothness. It offends me to the soul to hear a robustious, periwig-pated fellow tear a passion to tatters, to very rags, to split the ears of the groundlings, who for the most part are capable of nothing but inexplicable dumb shows and noise. I would have such a fellow whipped for overdoing Termagant. It out-Herods Herod. Pray you, avoid it. Wow, Shakespeare, could you vague post any harder?
I warrant your honor.
Be not too tame neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Suit the action to the word to the action, with this special observance that you o'erstep not the modesty of nature. For anything so o'erdone is from the purpose of playing, whose end, both at the first and now, was and is to hold, as 'twere the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own features, scorn her own image, and the very age and body of the time his form and pressure. Holy fuck, that's a lot of commas. Now this overdone or come tardy off, though it makes the unskilled laugh, cannot but make the judicious grieve, the censure of the which one must in your allowances o'erweigh a whole theatre of others. Oh, there be players that I have seen play and heard others praise, and that highly, not to speak it profanely, that neither having the accent of Christians nor the gait of Christian, pagan, nor man, have so strutted and bellowed that I have thought some of nature's journeymen had made men, and not made them well. They imitated humanity so abominably.
I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us, sir.
Oh, reform it altogether, and let those that play your clowns speak no more than is set down for them, for there be of them that will themselves laugh, to set on some quantity of barren spectators to laugh too, though in the meantime some necessary question of the play be then to be considered. That's villainous, and shows a most pitiful ambition in the fool that uses it. Go make you ready.
Players exit. Enter Polonius, Guildenstern, and Rosencrantz.
Hey!
No.
Okay. Here now, my lord, will the king hear this piece of work?
And the queen too, then that presently.
Bid the players make haste.
Polonius exits.
Will you two help to hasten them?
Aye, my lord.
What ho, Horatio!
Aw. Enter Horatio. Oh, Horatio was Fred?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Here, sweet lord, at your service.
Horatio, thou art even as just a man as e'er my conversation coped withal.
Oh, my dear lord.
Nay, do not think I flatter, for what advancement may I hope from thee that no revenue hast but thy good spirits to feed and clothe thee? Why should the poor be flattered? No, let the candied tongue lick absurd pomp and crook the pregnant hinges of the knee where thrift may follow fawning. Dost thou hear? Since my dear soul was mistress of her choice and could of men distinguish, her election hath sealed thee for herself. For thou hast been as one in suffering all that suffers nothing, a man that fortune buffets and rewards hast... Jesus, this goes on for a while.
Yeah, it does.
Has taken with equal thanks, and blessed are those whose blood and judgment are so well commeddled that they are not a pipe for fortune's finger to sound what stop she please. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core, aye, in my heart of hearts, as I do thee. Something too much of this. There is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of thy soul, observe my uncle. If his occulted guilt does not unkettle himself in one speech, it is a damned ghost that we have seen, and my imaginations are as foul as Vulcan's stithy. Give him heedful note, for mine eyes will rivet to his face, and after we will both our judgments join in censure of his seeming.
Well, my lord, if he still aught the whilst this play is playing and escape detecting, I will pay the theft.
Sound a flourish. Oh, that's me. They are coming to the play. I must be idle. Get you a place.
Enter trumpets and kettle drums. Enter king, queen, Polonius, Ophelia, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and other lords with attendant the kings. Guard carrying torches.
Make way for Prince Holly. Oh, fuck. I think this gets to be you being the king.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent, to faith of the chameleon's dish. I eat the air, promise crammed. You cannot feed capon so.
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. These words are not mine.
No, nor not mine now.
To Polonius.
My lord, you played once in the university, you say?
Just want to not have to play this old man ever again.
God, someone should really stab him or something.
That I did, my lord, and was accounted a good actor.
What did you enact?
Oh, I did enact Julius Caesar. I was killed in the Capitol. Brutus killed me.
It was a brute part of him to kill so capital a calf there. Be the players ready?
Aye, my lord, they stay upon your patience.
Come hither, my dear Hamlet. Sit with me.
No, good mother. Here's metal more attractive.
Hamlet takes a place near Ophelia. Ooh! Eyebrow waggle, eyebrow waggle. Do you mark that?
Lady, shall I lie in your lap?
Cowbunga. No, my lord.
I mean my head upon your lap.
Aye, my lord.
Do you think I meant country matters?
Cowbunga, I think nothing, my lord. Only how to grind on this half pipe, bro.
That's a fair thought to lie between maids like.
What is, my lord?
Nothing.
Get thee to a nunnery, but also... Hey, babe, let's see. You are merry, my lord.
Who? I?
I, my lord.
Oh, God, you're only jig maker. What should a man do but be merry? I mean, for look at how how cheerfully my mother looks. And my father died within 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord. Oh, it's been another 2 months since the beginning of the play. Jesus, Hamlet.
Oh, so long. Nay then, let the devil wear black, for I'll have a suit of sable. Oh, heavens die ago and not forgotten yet. Then there's a hope a great man's memory may outlive his life half a year. But by Our Lady, he must build churches then, or else shall he suffer not thinking on with the hobby horse whose epitaph is 4040, for the hobby horse is forgot.
The trumpets sound. Dumb show follows. And then
Enter a king and queen, very lovingly. The queen embracing him, and he her. She kneels and makes show of protestation out onto him.
don't misread that.
He takes her up and declines his head upon her neck. He lies him down upon a bank of flowers. She, seeing him asleep, leaves him. Anon comes in another man, takes off his crown, kisses it, pours poison in the sleeper's ears, and leaves him. The queen returns, finds the king dead, makes passionate action. The poisoner with some 3 or 4 come in again, seem to condole with her. The dead body is carried away. The poisoner woos the queen with gifts. She seems harsh a while, but in the end accepts his love. Players exit.
What means this, my lord?
Mary, this is Mitching Maliko.
Mitching
It means
Malecha?
mis-
What the?
It's so close to Michelangelo, and the fact that you were doing the turtle voice, the line before, did not help.
It means mischief.
Belike this show imports the arguments of the play.
Enter prologue.
We shall know by this fellow. The players cannot keep counsel. They'll tell all.
Will he tell us what the show meant?
Aye, or any show that you will show him. Be not you ashamed to show, he'll not shame to tell you.
You are, oh no, wait, sorry. Cowabunga, dude. You are not. I'll mark the play.
This has got to be the Watch Mojo lady, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's prologue again.
For us in our tragedy, here stooping to your clemency, we beg your hearing patiently. He exits.
Is this a prologue or the posy of a ring?
Cowabunga, 'tis brief, my lord.
As woman's love.
Enter the player, king and queen. Player, king. Okay. Now we get to do
Theater.
fun version. Theater! A full 30 times hath Phobos' cart gone round, Neptune's salt wash and Tellus orbit ground, and 30 dozen moons with borrowed sheen about the world have times 1230s been, since our love, our hearts, and hymen did our hands unite commutal in most sacred bond.
So many journeys may the sun and moon make us again count o'er ere love be done. But woe is me! You are so sick of late, so far from cheer and from your former state, that I distrust you. Yet though I distrust, discomfort you, my lord, it nothing must. For women fear too much, even as they love. And women's fear and love hold quantity in neither aught or in extremity. Now what my love is, proof hath made you know, and as my love is sized, my fear is so. Where love is great, the littlest doubts are fear. Where little fears grows great, great love grows there.
Faith and I must leave thee, love, and shortly too. My operant powers their functions leave to do, and thou shalt live in this fair world behind, honored, beloved, and haply one as kind. For husband shalt thou—
Oh, confound the rest! Such love must needs be treason in my breast. In second husband let me be accursed. None wed the second but who killed the first.
That's wormwood.
The instances that second marriage move are bare respects of thrift, but none of love. A second time I kill my husband dead when second husband kisses me in bed. Wow, have fun with this fucking monolith.
I do believe you think what now you speak, but what we do determine oft we break. Purpose is but the slave to memory, a violent birth, but poor validity, which now the fruit unripe sticks on the tree, but fall unshaken when they mellow be. Most necessary 'tis that we forget to pay ourselves what ourselves is debt. What to ourselves in passion we propose, what the passion ending doth the purpose lose, and the violence of either grief or joy their own inactures with themselves destroy. Where joy most rebels, grief doth most lament. Grief joys, joy grieves on slender accident. This world is not for aye, nor 'tis it not strange that even our love should with our fortunes change. For 'tis a question left us yet to prove whether love led fortune or else fortune love. The great man down, you mark his favorite flies, the poor advanced make friends of enemies, and hitherto doth love on fortune tend. For who not need shall never lack a friend, and who in want a hollow friend doth try, directly seasons him his enemy. But orderly to end where I begun, our wills and fates do so contrary run, that our devices are still overthrown, our thoughts are ours, their end none. So think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thoughts when thy first lord is dead.
Nor earth to me give food, nor heaven light. Sport and repose lock from me day and night. To desperation turn my trust and hope, and anchor's cheer in prison be my scope. Each opposite that blanks the face of joy, meet what I would have well and it destroy. Both here and hence pursue me lasting strife, if once a widow, ever I be a wife.
If she should break it now.
Oh God, I have to do your player king.
Yeah,
voice.
you get to
"'Tis
play a game
deeply sworn, sweet, leave me here a while. My spirits grow dull, and fain I would beguile the tedious day with sleep." Sleeps.
Sleeps. Sleep, rock thy brain, and never come mischance between us twain. Player queen exits.
Madam, how like you this play?
The lady doth protest too much, methinks.
Oh, but she'll keep her word.
Have you heard the argument? Is there no offense in it?
No, they do but jest, poison and jest. No offense in the world.
What do you call the play?
The Mousetrap. Marry how? Tropically. This play is the image of a murder done in Vienna. Gonzago is the duke's name, his wife Baptista. You shall see anon. 'Tis a knavish piece of work, but what of that? Your Majesty and we that have free souls, it touches us not. Let the galled jade wince. Our withers are unwrung.
Enter Lucianus.
This is one Lucianus, nephew to the king.
Like Cowabunga, you are as good as a chorus, my lord.
I could interpret between you and your love if I could see the puppets dallying.
You are keen, my lord, you are keen.
Wow, this is... It would cost you a groaning to take off mine edge. That's like the dirtiest joke they've done yet, I think.
Still better and worse.
So you mistake your husbands. Begin, murderer. Pox, leave thy damnable faces and begin. Come, the croaking raven doth bellow for revenge.
Okay, Lucianus hasn't had any lines yet.
Yeah, this is new. He's like a stage villain, so like full Snidely Whiplash or
Yes.
something.
Yes.
Runabout, I'll steal it.
No one will ever know.
I think it's just because his name is Lucianus, but I keep getting like the Lucius Malfoy.
Ooh.
All right. Thoughts black, hands opt, drugs fit, and time agreeing. Confederate season, else no creature seeing, thou mixture rank of midnight weeds collected, with Hecate's span thrice blasted, thrice infected. Thy natural magic and dire property on wholesome life usurp immediately.
Pours the poison in his ears. Ooh, spooky. He poisons him in the garden for his estate. His name's Gonzago. The story is extant and written in very choice Italian. You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife.
Claudius rises.
The king rises.
What? Frighted with false fire?
How fares my lord?
Give o'er the play.
Give me some light. Away!
Lights.
All but Hamlet and Horatio exit.
Why, let the stricken deer go weep. The heart ungallant play, for some must watch while some must sleep. Thus runs the world's away. Would not this, sir, in a forest of feathers, if the rest of my fortunes turn Turk with me, with 2 provincial roses on my razor, get me a fellowship in a cry of players?
Half a share.
A whole one, I, for thou dost know, Damon dear, this realm dismantled was of Jove himself, and now reigns here a very, very
You might have rhymed.
Oh, good, Horatio. I'll take the ghost words for 1,000 pound. Just to perceive.
I'll take prophecies of my downfall for 500. Very well, my lord.
Upon the talk of poisoning.
I did very well note him. It's a clue, gang.
Come, some music. Come, the recorders. For if the king like not the comedy, why then be like not pretty. Come, some music.
Enter Rosencrantz and
Guildenstern!
Guildenstern! Good my lord, vouchsafe me a word with you.
Sir, a whole history.
The king, sir.
Aye, sir, what of him?
Is in his retirement marvellous distempered?
With what drink, sir?
No, my lord, with choler.
Your wisdom should show itself more richer to signify this to the doctor, for me to put him to his purgatation would perhaps plunge him into more choler.
Good my lord, put your discourse into some frame and start not so wildly from my affair.
I am tame, sir. Pronounce.
The queen your mother, in most great affliction of spirit, hath sent me to you.
You are welcome.
Nay, good my lord, this courtesy is not of the right breed. If it shall please you to make me a wholesome answer, I will do your mother's commandment. If not, your pardon and my return shall be the end of my business.
Sir, I cannot.
What, my lord? Wait, did I switch around Guildenstern and Rosencrantz?
Yeah, I think you might have. That's
Fuck.
fine.
Sorry. That's fine.
Jesse and James, you
Yeah,
know.
they're interchangeable.
Make you a wholesome answer. My wit's deceased, but sir, such answer as I can make, you shall command. Or rather, as you say, my mother, therefore no more, but to the matter. My mother, you say.
Then thus she says, your behavior hath struck her into amazement and admiration.
Oh, wonderful son that can so astonish a mother. But is there no sequel at the heels of his mother's admiration? In part.
She desires to speak with you in her closet ere you go to bed.
We shall obey. Were she 10 times our mother, have you any further trade with us?
My lord, you once did love me.
And do still, by these pickers and stealers.
Good my lord, what is your cause of distemper? You dare surely bar the door upon your own liberty if you deny your griefs to your friend.
Sir, I lack advancement.
How can that be when you have the voice of the king himself for your succession in Denmark?
Aye, sir, but while the grass grows, the proverb is something. Outside of my apartment building that is really just revving it up.
All right,
Enter the players with recorders.
Yes.
Ah, the recorders! Let me see one.
No one has ever been happy to see recorders.
Doot, doot, doot.
He takes a recorder and turns to Guildenstern.
To withdraw with you, why do you go about to recover the wind of me as if you would drive me into a toil?
Oh, my lord, if my duty be too bold, my love is too unmannerly.
I do not well understand that. Will you play upon this pipe?
My lord, I cannot.
I pray you.
Believe me, I cannot.
I do beseech you.
I know no touch of it, my lord.
It is as easy as lying. Govern these advantages with your fingers and thumb, give it breath with your mouth, and it will discourse most eloquent music. Look you, these are the stops.
These I cannot command to any utterance of harmony. I have not the skill.
Why look you now, how unworthy a thing you make of me. You would play upon me, you would seem to know my stops, you would pluck out the heart of my mystery, you would sound me from my lowest note to the top of my compass, and there is much music, excellent voice in this little organ, yet cannot you make it speak. Blood, do you think I am easier to be played on than a pipe? Call me what instrument you will, though you can fret me, you cannot play upon me.
This is such a good, fucking sass. It's, it's the Shakespearean equivalent of I played you like the cheap kazoo you are.
Yeah.
It's like, play this recorder.
Exactly.
I can't. And yet you think you can play me? Whoa. Enter Polonius.
God bless you, sir.
My lord, the queen would speak with you, and presently.
Do you see yonder cloud that's almost in the shape of a camel?
By the mass, and 'tis like a camel indeed.
Methinks it's like a weasel.
It is backed like a weasel.
Or like a whale.
Very like a whale.
Then I will come to my mother by and by. Sighed. They fool me to the top of my bent. I will come by and by.
I will say so.
By and by is easily said. Leave me, friends.
Oh boy, you get another monologue, but it's a short one this time.
Yeah.
All but Hamlet exit.
'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now I could drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft. Now to my mother. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soul of Nero enter this firm bosom. Let me be cruel, not unnatural. I will speak daggers to her, but use none. My tongue and soul in this be hypocrites. How in my words somever she be shent, to give them seals never my soul consent.
He exits. Scene 3. Enter King Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Woo!
Okay. I like him not, nor stands it safe with us to let his madness range. Therefore prepare you. I your commission will forthwith dispatch, and he to England shall along with you. The terms of our estate may not endure hazard so near as doth hourly grow out of his brows.
We will ourselves provide. Most holy and righteous fear it is to keep those many bodies safe that live and feed upon your majesty.
The single and peculiar life is bound with all the strength and armor of the mind to keep itself from noyance, but much more that spirit upon whose weal depends and rests the lives of many. The cess of majesty dies not alone, but like a gulf doth draw what's near it with it, or it is a massy wheel fixed on the summit of the highest mount, to whose huge spokes 10,000 lesser things are mortised and adjoined, which when it falls, each small annexment, petty consequence, attends the boisterous ruin. Never alone did the king sigh, but with a general groan.
Arm you, I pray you, to this speedy voyage, for we will fetters put about this fear, which now goes too free-footed.
We will haste us.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern exit. Enter Polonius.
Woo!
Oh, Jesus.
Here we go.
You guys just...
I just had one line, yeah.
My lord, he's going to his mother's closet behind the arras. I'll convey myself to hear the process. I'll warrant she'll tax him home, and as you said, and wisely was it said, that it is to meet some more audience than a mother. Since nature makes them partial, should or hear the speech of vantage. Fare you well, my liege. I'll call upon you ere you go to bed, and tell you what I know.
Thanks, dear my lord.
Polonius exits. Oh, jeez.
Oh, my offense is rank. It smells to heaven. It hath the primal eldest curse upon it. A brother's murder. Pray can I not, though inclination be as sharp as will. My stronger guilt defeats my strong intent, and like a man to double business bound, I stand in pause where I shall first begin and both neglect. What if this cursed hand were thicker than itself with brother's blood? Is there not rain enough in the sweet heavens to wash it white as snow? Where, too, serves mercy but to confront the visage of offense? And what's in prayer but this twofold force to be forestalled ere we come to fall, or pardoned being down? Then I'll look up. My fault is past. But oh, what form of prayer can serve my turn? Forgive me my foul murder? That cannot be, since I am still possessed of those effects for which I did the murder. My crown, mine own ambition, and my queen. May one be pardoned and retain the offense? In the corrupted currents of this world, offence's gilded hand may shove by justice, and oft 'tis seen the wicked prize itself buys out the law. But 'tis not so above. There is no shuffling. There the action lies in his true nature, and we ourselves compelled even to the teeth and forehead of our faults to give an evidence. What then? What rests? Try what repentance can. What can it not? Yet what can it when one cannot repent? O wretched state! O bosom black as death! O limed soul that struggling to be free art more enraged. Engaged. Sorry. It works either way. Help, angels! Make essay! Bow, stubborn knees, and heart with strings of steel, be soft as sinews of the newborn babe. All may be well.
He kneels. Enter Hamlet. I gotta change up the Hamlet voice because if I keep doing Danny's voice for 2 nights in a row, I won't be able to record Rolling with Difficulty tomorrow. But that raises the question, Red, of what is the alternate Hamlet voice if we're no longer doing
It's a good question. Well, it can't be anything too taxing. I mean, the one I was kind of doing, like, wasn't exactly a voice. It was just, you know, performing the line.
Oh, so just act.
Hey, there's a difference between acting and doing a voice.
True. Very much so.
Taking the opportunity to drink some of my soda.
Yeah, take a moment to get some beverage in. Ay.
I think this plays longer than Midsummer Night's Dream.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, boy.
Chat, what do you think? What should Hamlet sound like?
Nick Cage, Valley Girl. Solid Snake is basically just the Danny voice.
Yeah. Kermit, Barry the Bee, that's just Jerry Seinfeld.
Can you do a good Sasuke?
Sasuke?
Yeah.
I'm a better Naruto.
I mean, who among us isn't, really?
True. I could bring out Valley Girl again, but then if you get Hamlet, you gotta do the Valley Girl.
Oh, God, don't do that to me again. Keanu Reeves? Could be fun.
Keanu Reeves, Kermit, Hank. Oh, man, people are starting to pull in now. Trying to think about, can I do Kermit? Let's see. Oh,
Hi-ho.
Hi-ho. Oh.
I'd kill him, but he's praying.
Now might I do it, Pat, that now he is a praying? And now I'll do it. I don't know if that's quite Kermit.
Well, now I'll do it. Hi-ho.
Oh, now I'll do it.
Get out.
He draws his sword. Hi-ho, and so he goes to heaven, and so I am revenged, that would be scanned. A villain kills my father, and for that I, his sole son, do the same villain send to heaven. Why? It ain't easy being green. Why? This is higher in salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly, full of bread, with all his crimes broad blown as flesh as May, and how his audit stands, who knows, save heaven? But in our circumstance and course of thought, 'tis heavy with him, and I am then revenged to take him in the purging of his soul, when he is fit and seasoned for his passage. No, up sword, and know thou a more horrid hint.
He sheathes his sword. Yeah.
I know when he is drunk, asleep, or in his rage, or in the incestuous pleasure of his bed, at game a swearing, or about some act that has no relish of salvation in it. Then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned and black as well here whereto it goes. My mother stays this psychic, but prolongs thy sickly days.
Hamlet exits. Muppet Hamlet would be a real treat.
Yeah.
Ophelia, Miss Piggy. Like, oh, we found her in the stream, and then she's just like, you know, floating like a regular, like, unused puppet, just like face down in the water, and like, no!
That's good. That's so good.
Kermie, will you lie your head upon my lap? Okay, King Rising. My words fly up, my thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never to heaven go.
He exits. Scene 4, enter Queen and Polonius.
Jesus Christ. Oh, have fun with this.
You will come straight. Look, you lay him home to him. Tell him his pranks have been too broad to bear within, that your grace hath screened and stood between. Much heat and him. I'll silence me even here. Pray you be round with him.
Hi-ho, mother. Mother.
I'll warrant you, fear me not. Withdraw. I hear him.
Polonius hides behind the arras. Enter Hamlet.
Enter Hamlet.
It's not easy being... Now, mother, what's the matter?
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Come, come, you answer with an idle tongue.
Go, go. You question with a wicked tongue. It's going into Mickey Mouse now, and I don't like that.
Yeah, it dips a bit.
Yeah, it's not easy being green. Having to
Why now? Why? How now, Hamlet?
What's the matter now?
Have you forgot me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife, and would it were not so, you are my mother.
Nay, then I'll set those that to you that can speak.
Come, come, and sit you down. You shall not budge. You go not till I set you up a glass, where you may see the inmost part of you.
What wilt thou do? Thou wilt not murder me? Help ho!
Oh, this escalated in a way our tone did not at all match. What ho, help!
It's not easy being green. Oh no, rat! That was not turn at all.
Take two, or...
Take two, yep. And see. How no, rat? Dead for ducat, friend. Dead for ducat, dead.
Dead for a ducat, I believe.
Uh,
He kills
kills
Polonius by
Polonius
thrusting a rapier
by
through the... Oh, I am slain! Oh, man! Soups killed me! Oh, boy, I've got some thoughts on this. Everybody just sit down a while. I'll tell you about how dying is terrible. Okay.
Oh me, what hast thou done?
Nay, I know not. Is it the king?
Oh, what a rash and bloody deed this is.
A bloody deed, almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother.
As kill a king.
I can't keep doing Kermit. We're being serious. Aye,
Yeah.
lady, it was my word. He pulls Polonius.
He pulls Polonius's body from behind the arras.
Thou wretched, rash, intruding fool, farewell! I took thee for thy better. Take thy fortune. Thou find'st to be too busy in some danger. Leave wringing of your hands. Peace. Sit you down, and let me wring your heart. For so I shall, if it be made of penetrable stuff, if damned custom have not brazed it so that it be proof and bulwark against sense.
What have I done that thou darst wag thy tongue in noise so against me?
Such an act that blurs the grace and blush of modesty, calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love and sets a blister there, makes marriage vows as false as dicers' oaths. Oh, such a deed as from the body of contraction plucks the very soul, and sweet religion makes a rhapsody of words. Heaven's face does glow o'er this solid and compound mass with heated visage, as against the doom is thought-sick in the act.
Ay me, what act that roars so loud and thunders in the index?
Look here upon this picture, and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on this brow, Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars to threaten and command, a station like the herald Mercury new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill, a combination and a form indeed where every god did seem to set his seal to give the world assurance of a man. This was your husband! Look you now what follows. Here is your husband like a mildewed ear blasting his wholesome brother. Have you eyes? Could you on this fair mountain leave you feed and batten on this moor? Ha! Have you eyes? You cannot call it love, for at your age the heyday in the blood is tame. It's humble and waits upon the judgment. And what judgment would step from this to this? Sense sure you have, else could you not have motion. But sure that sense is apoplexed. For madness would not err, nor sense to ecstasy was never so enthralled. But it reserved some quantity of choice to serve in such a difference. What devil was it that thus hath cozened you at hoodman blind? Eyes without feeling, feeling without sight, ears without hands or eyes, smelling sans all, or but a sickly part of one true sense could not so mope. O shame, where is thy blush? Rebellious hell, if thou canst mutine in a matron's bones to flaming youth, let virtue be as wax and melt in her own fire. Proclaim no shame when the compulsive ardor gives the charge, since frost itself as actively doth burn and reason panders will.
Oh, Hamlet, speak no more. Thou turn'st my eyes into my very soul. There I see such blank and grated spots as will not leave their tinct.
Nay, but to live in the rank sweat of an enseamed bed, stewed in corruption, honeying and making love over the nasty sty.
Oh, speak to me no more. These words like daggers in my ears. No more, sweet Hamlet.
A murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your precedent lord, a vice of kings, a cutpurse of the empire and the rule that from a shelf the precious diadem stole and put in his pocket.
No more.
A king of shreds and patches.
Enter Ghost.
Save me, and hover o'er me with your wings, you heavenly guards. What would your gracious figure?
Alas, he's mad.
Do you not come your tardy son to chide that, lapsed in time and passion, let's go by the important acting of your dread command? Oh, say!
Oh, I can be Ghost.
Yes.
Do not forget this visitation is but to whet thy almost blunted purpose. But look amazement on thy mother sits, O step between her and her fighting soul. Consheath in the weakest body's strongest works. Speak to her, Hamlet.
How is it with you, lady?
Alas, how I stir thee, that you do bend your eye on vacancy, and with corporal air do hold discourse. Forth in your eyes your spirits widely peep, and the sounding vultures in the alarm your bedded hair like life and excrement start up and stand on end. O gentle son, upon the heat and flame of thy distemper sprinkle patience. Whereon do you look?
On him! On him! Look you how pale he glares! His form and cause conjoined, preaching to stones would make them capable. Do not look upon me. Oh, yeah. Do not look upon me, lest with this piteous action you convert my stern effects. Then what I have to do will want true color, tears perchance for blood.
To whom do you speak this?
Do you see nothing there?
Nothing at all. Yet all that is I see.
Nor did you nothing hear?
No, nothing but ourselves.
Why, look you there! Look how he stills away! My father in his habit as he lived! Look where he goes even now out at the portal!
Ghost exits. This is the very coinage of your brain. This bodiless creation ecstasy is very cunning in.
Ecstasy. My pulseth, yours doth temperately keep time and make as healthful music. It is not madness that I have uttered. Bring me to the test, and I the matter will reword, which madness would gamble from. Mother, for love of grace, lay not that flattering unction to your soul that not your trespass but my madness speaks. It will but skin and film the ulcerous place, whilst rank corruption, mining all within, infects unseen. Confess yourself to heaven, repent what's past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost on the weeds to make them rancor. Forgive me this my virtue, for in the fatness of these pursy times, virtue himself of vice must pardon beg. Yea, curb and woo for leave to do him good.
O Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
Oh, throw away the worser part of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night, but go not to my uncle's bed. Assume a virtue if you have it not. That monster custom, who all sense doth eat of habit's devil, is angel yet in this, that to the use of actions fair and good, he likewise gives a frock or livery that aptly is put on. Refrain tonight, and that shall lend a kind of easiness to the next abstinence, the next more easy, for use almost can change the stamp of nature, and either the devil, the devil, or throw him out with wondrous potency. Once more, good night, and when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll blessing beg of you. For this same Lord, pointing to Polonius, I do repent, but heaven hath pleased it so to punish me with this, and this with me, that I must be their scourge and minister. I will bestow him, and will answer well the death I gave him. So again, good night. I must be cruel only to be kind. This bad begins, and worse remains behind. One word more, good lady.
What shall I do?
One word more, you ass. This is like half a page. Okay. Not this by no means that I bid you do. Let the bloat king tempt you again to bed, pinch wanton on your cheek, call you his mouse, and let him, for a pail of reechy kisses or paddling in your neck with his damned fingers, make you to ravel all this matter out, that I essentially am not in madness, but mad in craft. 'Twere good you let him know, for whose that's but a queen, fair, sober, wise, would from a paddock, from a bat, a jib such dear concernings hide? Who would do so? No, and despite of sense and secrecy, unpeg the basket on the house's top, let the birds fly, and like the famous ape to try conclusions in the basket creep, and break your own neck down.
Be thou assured, if words be made of breath and breath of life, I have no life to breathe what thou hast said to me.
I must to England, you know that.
Alack, I had forgot. 'Tis so concluded on.
There's letters sealed, and my 2 schoolfellows, whom I will trust as I will adders fanged, they bear the mandate. They must sweep my way and marshal me to knavery. Let it work, for 'tis the sport to have the engineer hoist with his own petard. And shall go hard, but I will delve 1 yard below their minds, and blow them at the moon. Oh, 'tis most sweet when in one line 2 crafts directly meet. This man shall set me packing. I'll lug the guts into the neighbor room. Mother, good night indeed. This counselor is now most still, most secret, and most grave, who was in life a foolish prating knave. Come, sir, to draw toward another end with you. Good night, mother.
They exit, Hamlet tugging in Polonius.
Holy
we have
shit.
finally hit Act 4.
Jesus H. Christmas. All right, let me just change the holy shit. Okay. Well, at least somebody's dead now.
At least it's Polonius.
I miss the old man voice. I'm going to need to give it to somebody else, though.
Oh no!
But you get to be the king now.
Ah. Oh, good. Oh boy. Act 4, Scene 1. Enter King and Queen with Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Yay!
Thank God, but they exit so quickly. There's matter in these sighs, these profound heaves you translate. 'Tis fit we understand them. Where is your son?
Bestow this place on us a little while.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern exit.
Ah, mine own lord, what I have seen tonight.
What, Gertrude? How does Hamlet?
Mad as the sea and wind, when both contend which is the mightier. In his lawless fit, behind the arras hearing something stir, whips out his rapier, cries, "A rat! A rat!" and in this brainish apprehension kills the unseen good old man.
Oh, heavy deed! It has been so with us. Had we been there, his liberty is full of threats to all, to you yourself, to us, to everyone. Alas, how shall this bloody deed be answered? It will be laid to us, whose providence should have kept short, restrained, and out of haunt this mad young man. But so much was our love, we would not understand what was most fit. But, like the owner of a foul disease, to keep it from divulging, let it feed, even on the pith of life. Where is he gone?
To draw apart the body he hath killed, o'er whom his very madness, like some ore among a mineral of metal's base, shows itself pure. He weeps for what is done.
Oh, Gertrude, come away! The sun no sooner shall... the sun no sooner shall the mountains touch, but we will ship him hence. And this vile deed we must with all our majesty and skill both countenance and excuse. Ho, Guildenstern!
Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Friends both, go join you with some further aid. Hamlet in madness hath Polonius slain, and from his mother's closet hath he dragged him. Go seek him out, speak fair, and bring the body into the chapel. I pray you, hasten this.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern exit.
Rosencrantz.
Yeah.
Yep. Come, Gertrude, we'll catch up our wisest friends and let them know both what we mean to do and what's untimely done. ... Ellipses. Whose whisper o'er the world's diameter, as level as the cannon to his blank, transports his poisoned shot, may miss our name and hit the woundless air. Oh, come away! My soul is full of discord and dismay.
They exit.
They exit.
Scene 2. Enter
Scene
Hamlet.
2.
God, we just went through so many voices for him.
Up to you. You get to decide the direction that Hamlet goes in.
Safely stowed. Hi ho.
Gentleman within. Hamlet, Lord Hamlet.
But soft, what noise? Who calls on Hamlet? Oh, here they come.
Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern
And others.
Rosencrantz was James.
I think he was James, yeah.
What have you done, my lord, with the dead body?
Oh, excuse me. Hi ho. Compounded it with dust, whereto 'tis kin.
Tell us where 'tis, that we may take it thence, and bear it to the chapel.
Do not believe it,
Believe what?
that I can keep your counsel and not mine own. Besides, to be demanded of a sponge, what replication should be made by the son of a king?
Take you me for a sponge, my lord?
Aye, sir, that soaks up the king's countenance, his rewards, his authorities. But such officers do the king best service in the end. He keeps them like an ape, an apple in the corner of his jaw, first mouthed to be last swallowed. When he needs what you have gleaned, it is but squeezing you, and, sponge, you shall be dry again.
I understand you not, my lord.
I'm glad of it. A knavish speech sleeps in a foolish ear.
My lord, you must tell us where the body is and go with us to the king.
The body is with the king, but the king is not with the body. The king is a thing.
A thing, my lord.
Of nothing. Bring me to him. Hide, fox, and all after. All right.
They exit.
Whew.
Scene 3. Enter king and 2 or 3. I have sent to seek him and find the body. How dangerous it is that this man goes loose. Yet must not we put the strong law on him? He's loved of the distracted multitude, who like not in their judgment but their eyes. And where 'tis so, the offender's scourge is weighed, but never the offence. To bear all smooth and even, this sudden sending him away must seem deliberate pause. Diseases desperate. It's not a stage direction, but the deliberate pause line feels like it should be a stage direction.
I was wondering about that.
Diseases desperate grown by desperate appliance are relieved, or not at all.
Enter Rosencrantz.
Enter Rosencrantz. How now? What hath befallen?
Where the dead body is bestowed, my lord, we cannot get from him.
But where is he?
Without, my lord, guarded to know your pleasure.
Bring him before us.
Ho! Bring in the lord.
They enter with Hamlet. Now, Hamlet, where is Polonius?
At supper.
At supper where?
Not where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of politic worms are e'en at him. Your worm is your only emperor for diet. We fat all creatures else to fat us, and we fat ourselves for maggots. Your fat king and your lean beggar is but variable service. 2 dishes, but 1 table. That's the end.
Alas, alas.
A man may fish with the worm that hath eat of a king, and eat of the fish that hath fed of that worm.
What dost thou mean by this?
Nothing but to show you how a king may go to a progress through the guts of a beggar.
Where is Polonius?
In heaven, send thither to see. If your messenger finds him not there, seek him in the other place yourself. But if indeed you find him not within this month, you shall nose him as you go up the stairs into the lobby.
2 attendants. Go, seek him there.
He will stay till you come.
Attendants exit. Hamlet, this deed for thine especial safety, which we do tender as we dearly grieve for that which thou hast done, must send thee hence with fiery quickness. Therefore prepare thyself. The bark is ready and the wind at help. The associates tend and everything is bent for England.
For England?
Aye, Hamlet.
Good.
So it is, if thou know'st our purposes.
I see a cherub that sees them. But come, for England, farewell, dear mother.
Thy loving father, Hamlet.
My mother. Father and mother is man and wife. Man and wife is one flesh, and so my mother. Come for England.
He exits.
Thank God, that voice was really slipping away from me.
Follow him at foot. Tempt him with speed aboard, delay it not. I'll have him hence tonight. Away, for everything is sealed and done that else leans on the affair. Pray you make haste.
Oh, but the king exit. Sorry. Should have had that coffee. Okay.
And England, if my love thou hold'st at aught, as my great power thereof may give thee sense, since yet thy Ciatrice
Cockatrice?
raw,
I don't know, man.
looks raw and red after the Danish sword, and thy free all pays homage to us. Thou mayst not coldly set our sovereign process, which imports at full, by letters congruing to that effect. The present death of Hamlet, do it, England, for like the hectic in my blood he rages, and thou must cure me till I know 'tis done. However my haps, my joys will ne'er begin. He exits.
So it's easy to lose it in there because there are 2 Hamlets and one of them is already dead, but he's like, I'm going to send him with a letter that tells them to kill him. That'll solve everything.
Yep.
And I like the little side note of like, oh, he's just too popular with the masses. Something we have never seen because we've only been hanging out in the courts watching these people murder each other.
Yeah, we don't meet a lot of the masses in this play so much.
Yeah, but apparently they like him a lot. Anyway, Scene 4. Enter Fortinbras with his army over the stage. Oh, God.
This is a whole new character.
Whole new character. Go, Captain! From me greet the Danish king. Tell him that by his license Fortinbras craves the conveyance of a promised march over his kingdom. You know the rendezvous. If that his majesty would aught with us, we shall express our duty in his eye and let him know so.
I will do it, my lord.
Go softly on.
All but the captain exit. Enter Hamlet, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and others.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Hamlet, right.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Good sir, whose powers are these?
They are of Norway, sir.
How purpose, sir, I pray you?
Against some part of Poland.
Who commands them, sir?
The nephew to old Norway, Fortinbras.
Goes it against the main of Poland, sir? or some frontier?
Truly to speak, and with no addition, we go to gain a little patch of ground that hath in it no profit but the name. To pay 5 ducats, 5, I would not farm it, nor will it yield to Norway or the Pole a ranker rate should it be sold in fee.
It ain't easy. Why then? The Polic will never defend it.
Yes, it is already garrisoned.
I hold 2,000 souls and 20,000 ducats. Will not debate the question of this straw. This is the impostum of much wealth and peace, that inward breaks and shows no cause without why the man dies. I humbly thank you, sir.
God be with you, sir. He exits.
Wilt please you go, my lord?
Oh my god, this is a whole... I can't do this all in the Kermit voice. We're doing serious Hamlet again. Or maybe just I'll be with you straight. Go a little before.
All but Hamlet exit.
How all occasions do inform against me and spur my dull revenge. What is a man if his chief good and market of his time be but to sleep and feed? A beast, no more. Sure he that made us with such large discourse looking before and after gave us not that capability and godlike reason to fust in us unused. Now whether it be bestial oblivion or some craven scruple of thinking too precisely on the event, a thought which quartered hath but 1 part wisdom and ever 3 parts coward, I do not know why yet I live to say this thing's to do, sith I have cause and will and strength and means to do it. Examples gross as earth extort me. Witness this army of such mass and charge led by a delicate and tender prince, whose spirit with divine ambition puffed makes mouths at the invisible event, exposing what is mortal and unsure to all that fortune, death, and danger dare even for an eggshell. Rightly to be great is not to stir without great argument, but greatly to find quarrel in a straw when honour's at the stake. How stand I, then, that have a father killed, a mother stained, excitements of my reason and my blood, and let all sleep, while to my shame I see the imminent death of 20,000 men that for a fantasy and trick of fame go to their graves like beds, fight for a plot whereon the numbers cannot try the cause, which is not tomb enough incontinent to hide the slain. Oh, from this time forth my thoughts be bloody or be nothing worth.
He exits. Scene 5. Enter Horatio, Queen, and a gentleman. I will not speak with her.
A gentleman. She is importunate, indeed, distract.
Red, I'm so sorry. Gentleman, you gotta do, like, full, like, Professor Layton British here. It's
Okay,
gonna be,
how
like,
does...
very proper Londoner. Like,
a very proper London. She is importunate, indeed, distract. Her mood will needs be pitied.
what would she have?
Oh my god, this goes on. Hold on, okay, I've got to do proper... a good
Oh, my word.
BBC English. From all my
Yes.
years of watching Doctor Who, she speaks much of her father, says she hears there's tricks in the world and hems and beats her heart, spurns enviously at straws, speaks things in doubt that carry but half sense. Her speech is nothing, yet the unshaped use of it doth move the hearers to collection. They aim at it and botch the words up fit to their own thoughts, which as her winks and nods and gestures yield them, indeed would make one think there might be thought, though nothing sure, yet much unhappily.
Oh my god, Fred's back. 'Twere good she was spoken with, for she may stew. Dangerous conjectures and ill-breeding minds, gang.
Let her come in.
Gentleman exits, aside.
To my sick soul, as sin's true nature is, each toy seems prologue to some great amiss, so full of artless jealousy is guilt, it spills in self in fearing to be spilt.
Enter Ophelia, distracted.
Here it is.
Yep.
Like, bro, cowabunga, dudes. Where is the beauteous majesty of Denmark?
How now, Ophelia?
Sings.
Oh, man.
Here's in a half shell.
Oh, no! Turtles! There's no one better.
Turtles! Watch out for
Shredder.
How should I, your true love, know from one another? By his cockle, hat, and staff, and his sandal shoon.
Alas,
Alas!
sweet lady, what imports this song?
Say you? Nay, pray you, Mark.
He is dead and gone, lady. He is dead and gone. Adding
Turtles.
lady here. Turtles. At his head a grass green turf. At his heels a stone. Turtles. Oh!
Nay, but Ophelia,
Pray you, Mark.
white his shroud as the mountain snow.
Enter the king.
Alas, look here, my lord.
Larded all with sweet flowers, which was swept and grounds did not go with true love showered.
How do
it's
you,
so weird.
how do you, pretty lady?
Well, God told you. They say the owl was a baker's daughter. Lord, we know that we are, but not what we may be. God be at your table.
Conceit upon her father.
Pray, let's have no words of this. But when they ask you what it means, you say this.
Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day, all in the morning bedtime,
Turtles.
and I am made at your window to be your Valentine. What is it? Is there any other melody in that song?
A lot of them are just kind of, a lot of the other theme tunes are
Kinda the same
raps.
thing. Well, back at it. And he rose and donned his clothes, and I duped the chamber door. Turtles. That is a maid that out of maid never departed more.
Watch out for Shredder.
Never departed more.
Pretty Ophelia.
Indeed, without an oath, I'll make it ended.
By Gis and Saint Charity, lacking fee for shame, turtles. Young men will do it if they come to it. By cock they are to blame.
Whoa.
Quoth she, before you tumbled me, you promised me to wed.
This
Heroes
is the
and a half shell.
dirty.
He answers. So I would have done by yonder sun, and thou hast not come to my bed is the rest of the song. It's fine.
How long has she been thus?
I hope all will be well. We must be patient, but I cannot choose to weep but to think of what would lay me in the cold ground. My brother shall know of it, and so I thank you for your good counsel. Come, my coach. Good night, ladies. Good night. Sweet ladies, good night. Good night.
Woo!
Cowabunga.
She exits. Follow her close. Give her good watch, I pray you.
Horatio exits.
Oh, this is the poison of deep grief. It springs all from her father's death, and now behold! Oh, Gertrude, Gertrude, when sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalions. First her father slain, next your son gone, and he most violent author of his own just remove. The people muddied, thick and unwholesome in their thoughts and whispers, for good Polonius's death, and we have done but greenly in hugger-mugger to inter him. Poor Ophelia, divided from herself and her fair judgment, without the which we are pictures or mere beasts. Last, and much containing as all these, her brother is in secret come from France, feeds on his wonder, keeps himself in clouds, and wants not buzzers to infect his ear with pestilent speeches of his father's death, wherein necessity of matter beggared, will nothing stick our person to arraign in ear and ear. Oh, my dear Gertrude, this, like to a murdering piece in many places, gives me superfluous death.
A noise within. Alack, what noise is this?
Attend! Where is my Switzers? Let them guard the door.
Enter a messenger.
What is the matter?
I'm bringing the Watch Mojo lady back for this. I need a slam dunk after that slow blow from him and song. Save yourself, my lord. The ocean, ever peering up his list, eats not the flats with more impetuous haste than young Laertes in a riotous head o'erbears your officers. The rabble call him Lord, and as the world were now but to begin, antiquity forgot, custom not known, the ratifiers and props of every word. They cry, choose we, Laertes shall be king. Caps, hands, and tongues applaud it to the clouds. Laertes shall be king. Laertes king.
A noise within. How cheerfully on the false trail they cry. Oh, this is counter, you false Danish dogs.
The doors are broke. Entered Laertes with others.
Oh my god. Where is the king? Sir, stand you all without.
Oh, was this the Scotch guy?
Yes!
I
No.
planted the seeds of chaos back in Act 1.
No, let's come in. Says all.
let's come in.
I pray you give
Yeah.
me leave.
We will.
I thank you. Keep the door. Followers exit.
Followers exit.
Oh, thou vile king, give me my father.
You can take my land, but not my dignity.
You'll never take my freedom.
Comely, good Laertes.
That drop of blood that's calm proclaims me bastard, cries cuckold to my father, brands
See,
the
this
harlot,
is just good at Scottish.
brands the harlot even here between the chaste unsmirched brow of my true mother.
What is the cause, Laertes, that thy rebellion looks so giant-like? Let him go, Gertrude, do not fear our person. There such divinity doth hedge a king, that treason can but peep to what it would. Acts little of his will. Tell me, Laertes, why thou art thus incensed. Let him go, Gertrude. Speak, man.
Where is my father?
Dead.
But not by him.
Let him demand his fill.
How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with. To hell allegiance, vows to the blackest devil, conscience and grace to the profoundest pit. I dare damnation. To this point I stand, that both the worlds I give to negligence, let come what comes. Only I'll be revenged most thoroughly for my father.
Who shall stay you?
My will, not all the world. And for my means I'll husband them so well they shall go far with little.
Good Laertes, if you desire to know the certainty of your dear father, is't writ in your revenge that swoop's stake you will draw both friend and foe, winner and loser.
None but his enemies.
Will you know them, then?
To his good friends thus wide I'll ope my arms, and like the kind life-rendering pelican, repast them with my blood.
See, that you questioned this choice at the top of the play, but I'm thinking that maybe I made the right.
Well, now that I'm getting into it and I'm not losing it every other syllable, this is going a lot better than the one in Midsummer Night's Dream. It's getting
Why
a little...
now you...
No,
it's
go ahead.
getting a little, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why now you speak like a good child and a true gentleman, that I am guiltless of your father's death and am most sensibly in grief for it. It shall as level to your judgment pair as day does to your eye.
A noise within.
A noise within.
Let her come in.
How now? What noise is that?
Enter Ophelia.
Oh, heat, dry up my brains! Tear 7 times salt, burn out the sense and virtue of mine eye! Christ, by heaven, thy madness shall be paid with weight till our scale turn the beam. Oh, Rose of May, dear maid, kind sister, sweet Ophelia! Oh, heavens, is't possible a young maid's wit shall be as mortal as an old man's life? Nature is fine in love, and where 'tis fine it sends some precious instance of itself after the thing it loves.
Oh, there's more. All right, Pokemon theme song this time, because there's Jesse and James are in this. They bore him bare-faced on the bier. Hey, Nani, 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 hey, Nani, and in his grave ran many a tear. Farewell, fare you well, my dove.
Hadst thou thy wits and didst persuade revenge, it could not move thus.
You must sing a down, and you call him a downer. Oh, how the wheel becomes it! It is the false steward that stole his master's daughter.
There's nothing's more the matter.
There's rosemary, that's for remembrance. Pray you love, remember. Then there's pansies, that's for thoughts.
A document in madness, thoughts in remembrance fitted.
There's fennel for you, and columbines, there's rue for you, and there's some for me. We may call it Herb of Grace of Sundays. You must wear your rue with a difference. There's a daisy. I would give you some violets, but they are withered all when my father died. They say ye made a good end. For bonny sweet Robin is all my joy.
Thoughts and afflictions, passion. Hell itself she turns to favour and to prettiness.
And will he not come again? And will he not come again? No, no, he is dead. Go to thy deathbed. He will come again. His beard was as white as snow, all flaxen was his poll. He is gone, and we cast away. Moan God have mercy on his soul, and all of Christian souls I pray. God be with you. God be with you. Pokemon.
She exits.
Do you see this, O God?
Laertes, I must commune with your grief, or you deny me right. Go but apart, and make choice of whom your wisest friends you will, and they shall hear and judge twixt you and me. If by direct or by collateral hand they find us touched, we will our kingdom give, our crown, our life, and all that we call ours. To you in satisfaction, but if not, be you content to lend your patience to us, and we shall jointly labor with your soul to give it due content.
Let this be so. His means of death, his obscure funeral, no trophy, sword, nor hatchment o'er his bones, nor noble right, nor formal ostentation, cry to be heard, as 'twere from heavens to earth, that I must call to question.
So you shall, and where the offences let the great axe fall. I pray you, go with me. They exit.
Scene
Scene 6.
Enter
Enter
Horatio.
Horatio and others.
What are they that would speak with me?
My
BBC English.
Seafaring men, sir. They say they have letters for you.
Let them come in.
Gentleman exits.
I do not know from what part of the world I should be greeted, if not from Lord Hamlet.
Enter sailors. Ooh, sailors?
Sailors?
I gotta bring Gavroche back. I feel like it's...
Oh no!
What's all this? Aye, God bless you, sir.
Let him bless thee too.
He shall, sir. Ain't please him. There's a letter for you, sir. It came from the ambassador that was bound for England. If your name be Horatio, as I am led to know it is.
Horatio?
Horatio?
Horatio, governor.
It's 1 a.m., Red, okay? And we're not even an octopi.
We're almost there.
He hands Horatio a letter.
Horatio, a letter. Oh no.
Horatio reads the letter.
Horatio, when thou shalt have overlooked this, give these fellows some means to the king. They have letters for him. Ere we were 2 days old at sea, a pirate of very warlike appearance gave us chase. Finding ourselves too slow of sail, we put on a compelled valor, and in the grapple I boarded them. On the instant they got clear of our ship, so I alone became their prisoner. They have dealt with me like thieves of mercy, but they knew what they did. I am to do a good turn for them. Let the king have the letters I have sent, and repair thou to me with as much speed as thou wouldst fly death. I have words to speak in thine ear will make thee dumb, yet are they much too light for the bore of the matter. These good fellows will bring thee where I am. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern hold their course for England. Of them I have much to tell thee. Farewell. He that thou knowest thine, Hamlet. Come, I will give your way for these letters, and do the speedier that you may direct me to him from whom you brought them. They exit.
They exit.
Fucking
Scene
pirates.
7.
Random ass pirates. How do we get Hamlet back from England? I know, pirates.
Pirates.
You got me. By all accounts,
Scene
it doesn't make sense.
7. Enter King and Laertes.
Yeah.
Now must your conscience my acquittance seal, and you must put me in your heart for friend, sith you have heard, and with a knowing ear, that he which hath your noble father slain pursued my life. Have I told you the tale of Darth Plagueis?
It well appears. But tell me why you proceeded not against these feats so criminal and so capital in nature, as by your safety, greatness, wisdom, all things else, you mainly were stirred up. Stirred up.
Oh, for 2 special reasons, which may to you perhaps seem much unsinewed, but yet to me they're strong. The queen his mother lives almost by his looks, and for myself, my virtue or my plague, be it either which, she is so conjunctive to my life and soul that as the star moves not but in his sphere, I could not but by her. The other motive why to a public account I might not go is the great love the general gender bear him, who, dripping all his faults in their affection, work like the spring that turneth wood to stone, convert his gyves to graces, so that my arrows, too slightly timbered for so loud a wind, would have reverted to my bow again, but not where I have aimed them.
And so I have a noble father lost, a sister driven into desperate terms, whose worth, if praises may go back again, stood challenger on mount of all the age for her perfections. But my revenge will come.
Break not your sleeps for that. You must not think that we are made of stuff so flat and dull that we can't let our beard be shook with danger and think it pastime. You shortly shall hear more. I loved your father, and we love ourself, and that, I hope, will teach you to imagine.
Yeah, he loved me a lot. Have I told you about my daughter yet?
Enter a messenger with letters. How now? What news?
Letters, my lord, from Hamlet. These to your majesty, this to the queen.
From Hamlet? Who brought them?
Sailors, my lord, they say. I saw them not. They were given to me by Claudio. He received them of him that brought them.
Laertes, you shall hear them. Leave us.
Messenger
Messenger
exits.
exits. Reads. High and mighty, you shall know I am set naked on your kingdom. Tomorrow shall I beg leave to see
I'm
your
back and
kingly
no
eye."
pants are involved.
It's like the opening of Breath of the Wild all over again. When I shall first asking your pardon thereunto recount the occasion of my sudden and more strange return. Hamlet. What should this mean? Are all the rest come back? Or is it some abuse and no such thing?
Know you the hand?
'Tis Hamlet's character, naked,
No
and in a
pants.
postscript here he says alone. Can you advise me?
I'm lost in it, my lord. But let him come. It warms the very sickness in my heart that I shall live and tell him to his teeth, "Thus didst thou."
If it be so, Laertes, and how should it be so? How otherwise will you be ruled by me?
Aye, my lord, so you will not overrule me at a peace.
To thine own peace, if he be now returned, as checking at his voyage, and that he means no more to undertake it, I will work him to an exploit now ripe in my device, under the which he shall not choose but fall, and for his death no wind of blame shall breathe, but even his mother shall uncharge the practice and call it an accident.
My lord, I will be ruled the rather if you could devise it so that I might be the organ.
If it falls right, you have been talked of since your travel much, and that in Hamlet's hearing, for a quality wherein they say you shine. Your sum of parts did not together pluck such envy from him as did that one, and that in my regard of the unworthiest siege.
What part is that, my lord?
A very ribbon in the cap of youth, yet needful too, for youth no less becomes a light and careless livery that it wears, than settled age in his sables and his weeds, importing health and graveness 2 months since. Here was a gentleman of Normandy, and I have seen myself and served against the French, and they can well on horseback, but this gallant had witchcraft in it.
What?
He grew unto his seat, and to such wondrous doing brought his horse as had he been encorpsed and demi-natured with the brave beast. So far he topped my thought that I in forgery of shapes and tricks come short of what he did.
A Norman, was it?
A Norman.
Upon my life. Lamord.
The very same.
I know him well. He is the brooch indeed, and gem of all the nation.
He made confession of you, and gave you such a masterly report for art and exercise in your defence, and for your rapier most especial, that he cried out, "'Twould be a sight indeed if one could match you." The scrimmers of their nation, he swore had neither motion guard nor eye, if you opposed them. Sir, this report of his did Hamlet so envenom with his envy that he could nothing do but wish and beg your sudden coming o'er to play with you. Now, out of this.
What out of this, my lord?
Laertes, was your father dear to you? Or are you like the painting of a sorrow, a face without a heart?
Why ask you this?
Not that I think you did not love your father, but that I know love is begun by time, and that I see in passages of proof time qualifies the spark and fire of it. There lives within the very flame of love a kind of wick or snuff that will abate it, and nothing is at a like goodness still, for goodness growing to a pleasery dies in his own too much. That we should do when we would, for this wood changes and hath abatements and delays as many as there are tongues, our hands are accidents. And then this should is like a spendthrift sigh that hurts by easing, but to the quick of the ulcer, Hamlet comes back. What would you undertake to show yourself indeed your father's son, more than in words?
To cut his throat in the church.
No place indeed should murder sanctuarize. Revenge should have no bounds, but good Laertes, will you do this? Keep close within your chamber. Hamlet returned shall know you are come home. Will put on those shall praise your excellence, and set a double varnish on the fame. The Frenchman gave you, bring you in fine together, and wager on your heads. He being remiss, most generous, and free from all contriving, will not peruse the foils, so that with ease, or with a little shuffling, you may choose a sword unbaited, and in a pass of practice, requite him for your father.
I'll do it, and for that purpose I'll anoint my sword. I bought an unction of a mountebank so mortal that, but dip a knife in it, where it draws blood, no cataplasm so rare, collected from all simples that have virtue under the moon, can save the thing from death that is but scratched withal. I'll touch my point with this contagion that, if I gall him slightly, it may be death.
Let's further think of this. Weigh what convenience both of time and means may fit us to our shape. If this should fail and that our drift, look through our bad performance, 'twere better not essayed. Therefore this project should have a back or a second that might hold if this did blast in proof. Soft, let me see. We'll make a solemn wager on your cunnings. I hat. When in motion you are hot and dry, as make your bouts more violent in that end, and he calls for drink, I'll have prepared him a chalice for the nonce. When in but sipping, if he by chance escapes venom stuck, our purpose may hold there. But stay, what noise?
Enter the queen.
Enter queen.
One woe doth tread upon another's heel, so fast they follow. Your sister's drowned, Laertes.
Drowned? Oh, where?
There is a willow grows askant the brook that shows his hoar leaves in the glassy stream. Therewith fantastic garlands did she make of crowflowers, nettles, daisies, and long purples that liberal shepherds give a grosser name. Liberal shepherds. But our cold maids do dead men fingers call them. There on the pendant boughs her coronet weeds clambering to hang, an envious sliver broke, when down her weedy trophies and herself fell in the weeping brook, her clothes spread wide, and mermaid-like a while they bore her up, which time she chanted snatches of old lauds as one incapable of her own distress, or like a creature native and endued to undo the element. But long it could not be till that her garments heavy with their drink pulled the poor wretch from her melodious lay to muddy death.
Alas, then she is drowned.
Drowned, drowned.
Too much of water hast thou, poor Ophelia, and therefore I forbid my tears. But yet it is our trick. Nature her custom holds. Let shame say what it will, when these are gone the woman will be out. Adieu, my lord. I have a speech, O fire, that fain would blaze, but this folly drowns it.
He exits. Let's follow, Gertrude. How much I had to do to calm his rage. Now fear I this will give it start again. Therefore, let's follow. They exit.
They exit.
Act
five.
5. We're nearly there, baby. We're about to get to the point where everybody dies.
Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
Ugh.
I read a theory a couple theories that A, Gertrude killed Ophelia, or at least let her die, because it's like, hey, Gertrude, how do you know all the details of how Ophelia drowned in an extremely preventable accident if you didn't help her at all? There was another thing. I think the theory was that maybe Ophelia was pregnant because a lot of the flowers she lifts are like abortifacients and stuff like that. So, anyway, lots of interesting crack theories there. Anyway, Act 5. Scene 1. Enter Gravedigger.
Gravedigger and another.
Yeah.
Gravediggers.
Mm-hmm.
Fun. Okay.
Is she to be buried in a Christian burial when she willfully seeks her salvation?
I tell thee she is, therefore make her grave straight. The crowner hath sat on her and finds it Christian burial.
How can that be, unless she drowned herself in her own defense?
Why, 'tis found so.
It must be Serfendo.
Scripture is a very robust vocabulary.
Yep.
It cannot be else, for here lies the point. If I drown myself willingly, it argues an act. An act hath 3 branches. It is to act, to do, to perform. Argal, she drowned herself willingly.
Nay, but hear you, Goodman Delver.
Give me leave. Here lies the water. Good. Here stands the man. Good. If the man go to this water and drown himself, it is will he goes. Mark you that. But if the water come to him and drown him, he drowns not himself. Argal, he that is not guilty of his own death shortens not his own life.
But is this law?
I'd marry. It's the crowner's quest law.
Will you have the truth on't? If this had not been a gentlewoman, she should have been buried out of Christian burial.
Why, there thou sayest, and the more pity that great folk should have countenance in this world to drown or hang themselves more than they're Christian. Come, my spade, there is no ancient gentleman but gardeners, ditchers, and grave makers.
they hold up Adam's profession.
Was he a gentleman?
He was the first that ever bore arms.
Why, he had none.
What art thou, heathen? How dost thou understand the scripture? Scripture says Adam digged. Could he dig without arms? I'll put another question to thee. If thou answerest me not to the purpose, confess thyself.
Go to.
What is he that builds stronger than either the mason, the shipwright, or the carpenter?
The gallows maker, for that frame outlives 1,000 tenants.
I like thy wit well in good faith. The gallows does well, but how does it well? It does well to do those that do it ill. Now thou dost ill to say the gallows is built stronger than the church. Argal, the gallows may do well to thee. To come again come.
Who builds stronger than a mason, a shipwright, or a carpenter?
I tell me that none yoke.
Marry, now I can tell.
To't?
Mass, I cannot tell.
Enter Hamlet and Horatio afar off. Cudgel thy brains no more about it, for your dull ass will not mend this pace with beating. And when you are asked this question next, say, a grave maker. The houses he makes last till doomsday.
Yeehaw.
Go, get thee in, and fetch me a stoop of liquor.
The other man exits and the gravedigger digs and sings.
No more singing!
Yeah!
Singing in these plays. Why does this keep happening?
You got
What's
this.
the tune for this one? How does the gravedigger sing? In youth, when I did love, we thought it was very sweet to contract with a time for my behove. Oh, me thought here there was a nothing, a meet.
Has this fellow no feeling of his business? He sings in grave making.
Custom hath made it in him a property of easiness.
'Tis e'en so, the hand of little employment hath the daintier sense.
Oh, the person in chat saying Jolene is so fucking correct.
Yes. Okay, good news. You get to sing more.
But age, with his stealing steps, hath clawed me in his clutch and hath shipped me into the land as if I had never been such. He digs up a skull.
That skull had a tongue in it and could sing once. How the knave jowls it to the ground as if 'twere Cain's jawbone that did the first murder. This might be the pate of a politician which this ass now o'erreaches, one that would circumvent God, might it not?
It might, my lord.
Or of a courtier, which could say, Good morrow, sweet lord, how dost thou, sweet lord? This might be my lord such-as-one that praised my lord such-as-one's horse when he went to beg it, might it not?
Aye, my lord.
Why, e'en so. And now my lady Worms, chapless and knocked about the mazzard with a sexton's spade. Here's fine revolution, and we had the trick to see it. Did these bones cost no more the breeding but to play at loggets with them? Mine ache to think on it.
A pickaxe and a spade for a shrouding sheet, oh pit of clay for to be made for such a guest as me.
Nice scansion
digs up
on
more
that.
skulls.
More skulls!
Thank you.
There's another. Why may not that be the skull of a lawyer? Where be his quiddits now, his quilities, his cases, his tenures, and his tricks? Why does he suffer this mad knave now to knock him about the sconce with a dirty shovel, and will not tell him of his action of battery? This fellow might be in his time a great buyer of land, with his statutes, his recognizance, his fines, his double vouchers, his recoveries. Is this the fine of his fines and the recovery his recoveries? To have his fine pate full of fine dirt? Will his vouchers vouch him no more of his purchases, and double ones too, that the length and breadth of a pair of indentures? The very conveyance of his lands will scarcely lie in this box, and must the inheritor himself have no more? Ha!
Not a jot more, my lord.
Is not parchment made of sheepskins?
Aye, my lord, and of calf skins too.
They are sheep and calves which seek out assurance in that. I will speak to this fellow. Whose grave is this, sirrah?
Mine, sir. Oh, a pit of clay for to be made for such a guest as met.
I think it be thine indeed, for thou liest in it.
You lie out on it, sir, and therefore 'tis not yours. For my part, I do lie in it, yet it isn't mine.
Thou dost lie in it, to be in't and say it is thine. 'Tis for the dead, not for the quick, therefore thou liest.
'Tis a quick lie, sir. 'Twill away again from me to you.
What man dost thou dig it for?
For no man, sir.
What woman, then?
For none neither.
Who is to be buried in it?
One that was a woman, sir, but rest her soul, she's dead.
How absolute the knave is. We must speak by the card, or equivocation will undo us. By the Lord, Horatio, this 3 years I have took note of it. The age is grown so picked that the toe of the peasant comes so near the heel of the courtier he galls his kibe. What? How long hast thou been gravemaker?
Of all the days in the year, I came to the day that our last king Hamlet overtake Fortinbras.
How long is that since?
Can I you tell that? Every fool can tell that. It was the very day that young Hamlet was born, and he is mad and sent to England.
Ay, marry, why was he sent into England?
Why, because he was mad. He shall recover his wits there, or if he do not, 'tis no great matter there.
Why?
'Twill not be seen him here. The men are as mad as he.
How came he mad?
Very strangely, they say.
How strangely?
Faith in losing his wits.
Upon what ground?
Why, here in Denmark. I have been sexton here, man and boy, 30 years.
This guy's only 30? Oh, wait. Wait, maybe he's only been working
30-year-old.
for 30 years.
Well,
no, that doesn't make sense. Hamlet's not 30 yet. Okay. How long will a man lie in the earth ere he rot?
faith if he be rotten before he die, as we have many pocky courses nowadays that will scarce hold him to the laying in. He will last you some 8 year or 9 year. A tanner will last you 9 year.
Why he more than another?
Why, sir, his hide is so tanned with his trade that he will keep out water a great while. Water is sorrow to care of your horse and dead body.
My what dead body?
Horse and
Sir.
dead body. Here's a skull now that hath lain you 23 years.
Whose was it?
A horse and man's fellow it was. Whose do you think it was?
Nay, I know not.
A pestilence on him for a mad rogue. He poured a flagon of Rhenish on my head once. It's the same skull, sir. It was same
Almost.
skull, sir. It was, sir, your skull. The king's jester.
This?
In that.
Taking the skull. Let me see. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio, a fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times, and now how abhorred in my imagination it is. My gore rises at it. Here hung those lips that I have kissed I know not how oft. Where be your jibes now, your gambols, your songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table in a roar? Not one now to mock your own grinning. Quite chapfallen? Now get you to my lady's chamber, and tell her, let her paint an inch thick to this favour she must come. Make her laugh at that. Prithee, Horatio, tell me one thing.
What's that, my lord?
Dost thou think Alexander looked o' this fashion in the earth?
And so?
And smelt so? Pah!
He puts the skull down. And so, my lord?
To what base uses we may return, Horatio. Why may not imagination trace the noble dust of Alexander till he find it stopping a bunghole?
'Twere to consider it too curiously to consider so.
No, faith, not a jot, but to follow him thither with modesty enough and likelihood to lead it, as thus. Alexander died. Alexander was buried. Alexander returneth to dust. The dust is earth. Of earth we make loam. And why of that loam whereto he was converted might they not stop a beer barrel? Imperious Caesar, dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. Oh, that the earth which kept the world in awe should patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw.
Enter king, queen, Laertes, lord's attendant, and the corpse of Ophelia with the doctor of divinity.
But soft a while. Here comes the king, the queen, the courtiers. Who is this they follow, and with such maimed rites? This doth betoken the course they follow did with desperate hand fordo its own life. 'Twas of some estate. Couch we a while and mark.
They step aside. What ceremony else?
This is Laertes, a very noble youth. Mark.
What ceremony else?
Her obsequies have been as far enlarged as we have warranty. Her death was doubtful, and but that great command o' erstways the order, she should in ground unsanctified be lodged till the last trumpet. For charitable prayers, shards, flints, and pebbles should be thrown on her. Yet here she is allowed her virgin krantz, her mage instruments, and the bringing home of bell and burial.
Must there be no more done?
No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead to sing a requiem and such rest to her as to peace-parted souls.
Lay her in the earth, and from her fair and unpolluted flesh may violets spring. I tell thee, churlish priest, a minister angel shall my sister be, when thou least howling.
I think it's liest. So he's like,
Liest howling.
you're gonna die and go to hell, and my sister's gonna be an amazing angel, you ass. Which is like, oh, okay. Laertes has had a rough week. That's fair.
Yeah, it's not been great for him.
What, the fair Ophelia?
Sweets to the sweet, farewell, she scatters flowers. I hoped thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not have strewed thy grave.
Oh, treble woe fall 10 times treble on that cursed head, whose wicked deed thy most ingenious sense deprived thee of. Hold off the earth a while, till I have caught her once more in mine arms.
Leaps in the grave.
Now pile your dust upon the quick and dead, till of this flat a mountain you have made, to o'ertop old Pelion on the skyish head of blue Olympus.
Hamlet begins advancing. Oh, I'm Hamlet now.
Yeah.
What is he whose grief bears such an emphasis, on whose phrase of sorrow conjures the wandering stars and makes them stand like wonder-wounded hearers? This is I, Hamlet, the Dane.
Coming out of the grave, and I've been doing just fine.
The devil take thy soul!
Thou pray'st not well.
They grapple.
I prithee take thy fingers from my throat, for though I am not splenitive and rash, yet have I in me something dangerous, which let thy wisdom fear. Hold off thy hand.
Pluck them asunder.
Hamlet! Hamlet!
Gentlemen.
Good, my lord, be quiet.
Hamlet and Laertes are separated.
Why, I will fight with him upon this theme until my eyelids will no longer wag.
Oh, my son, what theme?
I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not with all their quantity of love make up my sum. What wilt thou do for her?
Oh, he is mad, Laertes.
For the love of God, forbear him.
Oh, you get to be Hamlet again.
Oh, Swounds, show me what thou'st do. Woot weep, woot fight, woot I get to be Hamlet for the woot line.
Woots!
Woot weep, woot fight, woot fast, woot tear thyself, woot drink up Heisel, eat a crocodile.
Eat a crocodile!
Oh,
Almost there, bud.
I'll do it. Dost thou come here to whine, to outface me with leaping in her grave? Be buried quick with her, and so will I, and if thou pirate of mountains, let them throw millions of acres on us till our ground, singeing in his pate against the burning zone, make Ossa like a wart, nay, and thou mouth I'll rant as well as thou.
This is an interesting way to handle the funeral.
This is mere madness, and thus a while the fit will work on him. Anon, as patient as the female dove when that her golden couplets are disclosed, his silence will sit drooping.
Hear you, sir. What is the reason that you use me thus? I loved you ever, but it is no matter. Let Hercules himself do what he may. The cat will mew, and the dog will have his day.
Woo!
Hamlet exits.
I pray thee, good Horatio, wait upon him.
Horatio exits to Laertes.
Strengthen your patience in our last night's speech. We'll put the matter to the present push. Good Gertrude, set some watch over your son. This grave shall have a living monument. An hour of quiet thereby shall we see. Then, till then, in patience our proceeding be.
They exit. Scene 2.
I think
Enter
this is the last
Hamlet and
one.
Horatio. I'm gonna do a little scroll real quick just to see because I need to know. I need to know.
How we looking?
This is the last scene.
Oh boy, it's
a
coming.
long one though.
Well, yeah.
It's a hefty boy.
We'll do it.
Hey, we committed to this.
Yeah, we
and
did.
There's nothing I believe in if not commitment to the bit. Scene 2. Enter Hamlet and Horatio. So much for this, sir. Now shall you see the other? You do remember all the circumstance.
Remember it, my lord.
Sir, in my heart there was a kind of fighting that would not let me sleep. Methought I lay worse than the mutinies in the bilbos.
Okay. Sure.
Rashly, and praised be rashness for it. Let us know our indiscretion sometimes serves us well, when our deep plots do pall. Oh, the garbage truck is here.
Woo!
And that should learn us. There's a divinity that shapes our ends. Refuse them how we will.
That is most certain.
Up from my cabin, my sea gowns scarfed about me in the dark, groped I to find them out them. I had my desire, fingered their packet, and in fine withdrew to mine own room again, making so bold, my fears forgetting manners, to unfold the grand commission, where I found Horatio, a royal knavery, an exact command, larded with many several sorts of reasons, importing Denmark's health and England's too, with such bugs and goblins in my life, that on the supervised no leisure bated, no, not to stay the grinding of the axe. My head should be struck off.
Is't possible?
Here's the commission. Read it at more leisure, handing him a paper. But wilt thou hear how I did proceed?
I beseech you.
Being thus benetted round with villainies, howe'er I could make a prologue to my brains, they had begun the play. I sat me down, devised a new commission, wrote it fair. I once did hold it, as our statists do, a baseness to write fair, and laboured much how to forget that learning. But, sir, now it did me yeoman's service. Wilt thou know the effect of what I wrote?
Aye, good my lord.
An earnest conjuration from the king, as England was his faithful tributary, as love between them like the palm might flourish, as peace should still her wheaten garland wear, and stand a comma tween their amities.
Amities.
Oh man, so many words. and many such like has his great charge, that on the view and knowing of these contents without debatement further more or less, he should those bearers put to sudden death, not shriveling time allowed.
How was this sealed?
Why, even in that was heaven ordained. I had my father's signet in my purse, which was that Danish seal, folded the writ up in the form of the other, subscribed it, gave the impression, and placed it safely, knowing the changeling never known. Now next day was our sea fight, and what to this was sequent, thou knowest already.
So Guildenstern and Rosencrantz go to it.
Why, man, they did make love to this employment. They are not near my conscience, their defeat does by their own insinuation grow. 'Tis dangerous when the baser nature comes between the past and fell incensed points of mighty opposites.
Why, what a king is this?
Does it not think thee stand me now upon? He that hath killed my king and whored my mother, popped in between the election and my hopes, thrown out his angle from my proper life, and with such coznage, not perfect conscience, to quit him with this arm, and is not to be damned to let this canker of our nature come in further evil?
It must be shortly known to him from England what is the issue of the business there.
It will be short. The interim's mine, and a man's life is no more than to say one. But I am very sorry, good Horatio, that to Laertes I forgot myself. For by the image of my cause I see the portraiture of his. I'll court his favours, but sure the bravery of his grief did put me into a towering passion.
Peace, who comes here?
Enter Osric, a courier. Your lordship is a right welcome back to Denmark.
I humbly thank you, sir, sighed Horatio. Dost know this waterfly?
Aside to Hamlet. No, my good lord.
Thy state is the more gracious, for 'tis a vice to know him. He hath much land and fertile. Let a beast be lord of beasts, and his crib shall stand at the king's mess. 'Tis a chough, but, as I say, spacious in the possession of dirt.
Sweet lord, if your lordship were at leisure, I should impart a thing to you from his majesty.
I will receive it, sir, with all diligence of spirit. Put your bonnet to his right use. 'Tis for the head.
I thank your lordship. It is very hot.
No, believe me, 'tis very cold. The wind is northerly.
It is indifferent cold, my lord, indeed.
But yet methinks it is very sultry and hot for my complexion.
Exceedingly, my lord. It is very sultry, as 'twere. I cannot tell how. My lord his majesty bade me signify to you that he has laid a great wager on your head. Sir, this is the matter.
I beseech you, remember. He motions to Osric to put on his hat.
Do?
Hamlet, the play's nearly over. Can you please take this seriously?
Nay, good lord, for my ease and good faith. Sir, here is newly come to court Laertes. Believe me, an absolute gentleman, full of most excellent differences, of very soft society, and great showing. Indeed, to speak feelingly of him, he is the card or calendar of the gentry, for you shall find in him the continent of what part a gentleman would see.
Sir, his definement suffers no perdition in you, though I know to divide him inventorially would dozy the arithmetic of memory, and yet but yaw neither in respect of his quick sale. But in the verity of extolment, I take him to be the soul of a great article, and his infusion of such dearth and rareness as to make true diction of him, his semblance is his mirror, and who else would trace him, his umbrage, nothing more.
Your lordship speaks most infallibly of him.
The concernacy, sir? Why do we wrap the gentleman in our more rawer breath?
Sir?
It's not possible to understand in another tongue? You will to it, sir, really.
To what imports the nomination of this gentleman? Did we skip stuff?
No, I just thought that was Hamlet, not Horatio, which is fine. Of Laertes?
His purse is empty already. All's golden words are spent.
Of him, sir.
I know you are not ignorant.
I would you did, sir. Yet in faith, if you did, it would not much approve me. Well, sir?
You are not ignorant of what excellence Laertes is.
I dare not confess that, lest I should compare with him in excellence, but to know a man well were to know himself.
I mean, sir, for his weapon, but in the imputation laid on him by them, in his meed he's unfellowed.
What's his weapon?
Rapier and dagger.
That's 2 of his weapons, but, well...
The king, sir, hath wagered with him 6 Barbary horses, against the which he has impawned, as I take it, 6 French rapiers and poniards, with their assigns as girdle, hangers, and so. 3 of the carriages, in faith, are very dear to fancy, very responsive to the hilts, most delicate carriages, and of very liberal conceit.
What call you the carriages?
Oh.
Yeah.
I know you must be edified by the margent ere you had done.
Oh boy, we swap. Okay. The carriages, sir, are the hangers.
The phrase would be more germane to the matter if we could carry a cannon by our sides. I would it might be hangers till then. But on, 6 Barbary horses against 6 French swords, their assigns, and 3 liberal concited carriages. That's the French bet against the Danish. Why is this all in pawned, as you call it?
The king, sir, hath laid, sir, that in a dozen passes between yourself and him, he shall not exceed you 3 hits. He hath laid on 12 for 9, and it would come to immediate trial if your lordship would vouchsafe the answer.
How if I answer no?
I mean, my lord, the opposition of your person in trial.
Sir, I will walk here in the hall. If it pleases his majesty, it is the breathing time of day with me. Let the foils be brought, the gentleman willing, and the king hold his purpose. I will win for him, and I can, if not, I will gain nothing but my shame and the odd.
Shall I deliver you even so?
To this effect, sir, after what flourish your nature will.
I commend my duty to your lordship.
Yours.
Osric exits.
He does well to commend it. To commend it. There are no tongues else for turn.
This lapwing rungs away with the shell on his head.
He did comply, sir, with his dug before he sucked.
What?
Thus has he, and many more of the same breed that I know the drossy age dotes on, only got the tune of the time, and out of an habit of encounter, a kind of yeasty collection, which carries them through and through the most fanned and winnowed opinions, and do but blow them to their trial. The bubbles are out. Enter a lord.
My lord, his majesty commended him to you by young Osric, who brings back to him that you attend him in the hall. He sends to know if your pleasure hold to play with Laertes, or that you will take longer time.
I am constant to my purposes. They follow to the king's pleasure. If his fitness speaks, mine is ready now or whensoever, provided I be so able as now.
The king and queen are all coming down.
In happy time.
The queen desires you to use some gentle entertainment to Laertes before you fall to play.
She well instructs me. Lord exits.
You will lose, my lord.
I do not think so. Since he went into France, I have been in continual practice. I shall win at the odds. But thou wouldst not think how ill all's here about my heart. But it is no matter.
Nay, good my lord.
It is but foolery. But it is such a kind of gain-giving as would perhaps trouble a woman.
If your mind dislike anything, obey it. I will forestall their repair hither and say you are not fit.
Not a whit. We defy augury. There is a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all, since no man of aught he leaves knows what is't to leave betimes. Let be.
A table prepared. Enter trumpets, drums, and officers with cushions. King, Queen, Osric, and all the state, foils, daggers, flagons of wine, and Laertes. Okay, come, Hamlet. Come and take this hand from me.
He puts Laertes' hand into Hamlet's. Hamlet to Laertes. Excuse me.
Yep.
Give me your pardon, sir. I have done you wrong. But pardoned as you are a gentleman, this presence knows, and you must needs have heard how I am punished with sore distraction. What I have done that might your nature, honor, and exception roughly awake, I here proclaim was madness. Was't Hamlet wronged Laertes? Never Hamlet. If Hamlet from himself be ta'en away, and when he's not himself does wrong Laertes, then Hamlet does it not. If Hamlet denies it, who does it then? His madness. If to be so, Hamlet is of the faction that is wronged. His madness is poor Hamlet's enemy. Sir, in this audience let my disclaiming from a purposed evil free me so far in your most generous thoughts that I have shot my arrow over the house and hurt my brother.
I'm satisfied in nature whose motive in this case should stir me most to my revenge. But in terms of honor I stand aloof and will no reconcilement till by some elder masters of known honor I have a voice and precedent of peace to keep my name ungored. But till that time I do receive your offered love like love and will not wrong it.
I embrace it freely, and will this brother's wager frankly play. Give us the foils. Come on.
Come, one for me.
I'll be your foil, Laertes. A little on the nose there, Hamlet.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Oh, wow. A little tropey, a little
Fellas.
genre savvy. In mine ignorance, your skills shall, like a star the darkest night, stick fiery off indeed.
You mock me, sir.
No, by this hand.
Give them their foils, young Osric. Cousin Hamlet, you know the wager?
Very well, my lord. Your grace has laid the odds o'er the weaker side.
I do not fear it. I have seen you both. But since he is better, we have therefore odds.
This is too heavy. Let me see another.
This likes me well. These foils have all a length.
Aye, my good lord. Prepare to play.
Set me the stoops of wine upon that table. If Hamlet give the first or second hit, or quit in answer of the third exchange, let all the battlements in their ordnance fire. The king shall drink to Hamlet's better breath, and in the cup a union shall he throw, richer than that which 4 successive kings in Denmark's crown have worn. Give me the cups, and let the kettle to the trumpet speak, the trumpet to the cannoneer without, the cannons to the heavens, the heaven to earth. Now the king drinks to Hamlet. Come, begin, and you the judges bear a wary eye.
Trumpets the while. Come on, sir.
Come, my lord. They
play. Oh. 1.
No.
Judgment.
A hit! A very palpable hit!
Wheel again.
Stay, give me drink. Hamlet, this pearl is thine. Here's to thy health.
He drinks, and then drops the pearl in the cup. Drum, trumpets, and shod.
Give him the cup.
I'll play this bout first. Set it by a while. Come, they play. Another hit? What say you?
A touch, I do confess it.
Our son shall win.
What the? Gertrude. He's fat and scant of breath. Here, Hamlet,
Ooh,
take my napkin.
Savage.
Rub thy brows. The queen carouses to thy fortune, Hamlet.
She lifts the cup. Good madam.
Gertrude, do not drink.
I will, my lord. I pray you pardon me. She drinks.
It is the poisoned cup. It is too late.
I dare not drink yet, madam. By and by.
Come, let me wipe thy face.
To Claudius. My lord, I'll hit him now.
I do not think't.
And yet it is almost against my conscience.
Come, for the third, Laertes. You do but dally. I pray you pass with your best violence. I am afeard you make a wanton of me.
Say you so. Come on.
They play. Nothing neither way.
How at you now?
Laertes wounds Hamlet. Then, in scuffling, they change rapiers, and Hamlet wounds Laertes. Thanks, stage directions.
Parch them. They are incensed.
I think that's me, actually,
Oh,
because you just did the...
it is you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Part them. They are incensed.
Nay, come again.
The queen falls. Look to the queen there. Ho!
They bleed on both sides. How is it, my lord?
How is't, Laertes?
Why, is a woodcock to mine own springe, or sick, or srick.
Oh, that's crazy
Ostrich.
poison. The poison for Hamlet. Hamlet's
falls.
poison. He falls.
I am justly killed with mine own treachery.
How does the queen?
She swoons to see them bleed.
No, no. The drink. The drink. Oh, my dear Hamlet. The drink. The drink. I am poisoned. She dies.
She dies.
Really selling it on that, too.
Yeah.
Oh, Hamlet. Oh, it's the drink. Oh, I'm so dead now. Bye.
Oh, villainy! Ho, let the door be locked.
Osric exits.
Osric exits. Treachery! Seek it out.
It is here, Hamlet. Hamlet, thou art slain. No medicine in the world can do thee good. In thee there is not half an hour's life. The treacherous investment is in thy hand. Oh, instrument. That makes more sense. The treacherous instrument is in thy hand, unabated and envenomed. The foul practice hath turned itself on me. Lo, here I lie, never to rise again. Thy mother's poisoned. I can no more. The king is to blame.
The point envenomed too, then venom to thy work.
Hurts the king.
Hurts the king.
Treason, treason!
Oh, yet defend me, friends. I am but hurt.
Here, thou incestuous, murderous, damned Dane, drink of this potion. Is thy union here?
Forcing him to drink the poison.
Follow my mother.
King dies. He is justly served. It is a poison tempered by himself, exchanged forgiveness with me. Noble Hamlet, mine and my father's death come not upon thee, nor thine on me.
Dies.
Ah.
Heaven make thee free of it. I follow thee. I am dead, Horatio. Wretched queen, adieu, you that look pale and tremble at this chance, that are but mutes or audiences to this act. Had I but time, as this fell sergeant Death is strict in his arrest, oh, I could tell you, but let it be. Horatio, I am dead. Thou livest. Report me and my cause aright to the unsatisfied.
Never believe it. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane, yet here's some liquor left. He picks up the cup.
As thou art a man, give me the cup. Let go! By heaven I have it. Oh God, Horatio, what a wounded name. Things standing thus unknown, shall I leave behind me? If thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain to tell my story.
A march afar off, and shot within.
What warlike noise is this?
Enter Osric.
Yeah!
Young Fortinbras with conquest come from Poland. To the ambassadors of England gives this warlike volley.
Oh, I die, Horatio. The potent poison quite o'ercrows my spirit. I cannot live to hear the news from England, but I do prophesy the election lights on Fortinbras. He has my dying voice, so tell him, with the occurrence more and less which have solicited, the rest is silence. I'm not going to say just 4 little O's while he dies. Way to really... Oh, dies. Bye, Hamlet.
Now cracks a noble heart, gang. Good night, sweet prince. In flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Well, that's the mystery solved.
I can't believe the murderer was King Claudius all along.
March within.
Why does the drum come hither?
Enter Fortinbras with the English ambassadors with drum, colors, and attendants. I like how Fortinbras is like, I'm here to avenge my... Yo, what the fuck?
Where is this sight?
Oh, is that might be me, actually.
Oh, wait, that's you. I'm so sorry.
Where is this sight?
What is it you would see? If aught of woe or wonder, cease your search.
This quarry cries on havoc. Oh, proud death, what feast is toward in thine eternal cell that thou so many princes at a shot so bloodily hath struck?
The sight is dismal, as our affairs from England come too late. The ears are senseless that should give us hearing to tell him his commandment is fulfilled, that Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. Where should we have our thanks?
Not from his mouth, gang. Had it the ability of life to thank you, he never gave commandment for their death. But since, so jump upon this bloody question, you from the Polack Wars and you from England are here arrived, give order that these bodies high on a stage be placed to the view, and let me speak to the yet unknowing world how these things came about. So shall you hear of carnal, bloody, and unnatural acts, of accidental judgments, casual slaughters, of deaths put on by cunning and forced cause, and in this upshot, purposes mistook fallen on the inventors' heads. All this I can truly deliver.
Let us haste to hear it, and call the noblest to the audience. For me, with sorrow I embrace my fortune. I have some rights memory in this kingdom, which now to claim my vantage doth invite me.
Of that I shall have also cause to speak, and from his mouth whose voice will draw on more. But let this same be presently performed, even while men's minds are wild, lest more, mischance on plots and errors happen.
It only feels right to end this play in the same voice that we ended the previous one. So if you give me a moment to get into Clone High JFK mode.
Yes, of course, of course.
I like your words, Magic Man. Let four captains bear Hamlet like a soldier to the stage, for he was likely, had he been put on, to have proved most royal, and for his passage to have soldiers' music and the right of war speak loudly for him. Take up the bodies, such as a sight as this becomes the field, but here shows much amiss. Go, bid the soldiers shoot.
They exit, marching, after the which a peal of ordnance are shot off. The end!
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Holy hell, 4 hours!
That one took much longer than the last one.
Yeah, we're going to have to remember that these plays are not all the same convenient length. Oh, boy.
Oof.
Whew.
Fun, though.
Yeah, definitely fun, but man, these guys never shut up.
No, especially Polonius.
Especially.
I'm glad he died.
I liked Polonius. I wish I could have done his voice more.
No, I wish we had more Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, honestly. I want to do more Jesse James, baby.
I wish that Horatio had been tragically killed and Polonius is the one who's like, let me tell you the tale of what transpired here today. How everybody here died and was struck down by their own. Oh, but first let me tell you about my daughter, Ophelia. She's great. I've got some photos here.
They're in my wallet. I've been behind the punch card for the local. They started using a yogurt trend in Denmark. I don't know.
Laertes got me a Starbucks gift card. I haven't figured out how to use it yet, but it's so thoughtful of him, wouldn't you say?
I put it in. They asked for a pin. There's no pin because it's a gift card. I don't understand.
It's just it's very confusing. Oh boy. Okay, this was super fun. I don't want to keep you up too late.
I mean, at this point, I'm up, so I'm good.
Oh no, that doesn't make me feel better.
No. I wasn't.
Okay.
I work for myself.
Oh yes.
And, freelancer, which means my sleep schedule has become bad.
Also, chat's saying that Hamlet is in fact the longest play, so we now have a soft limit for how long these can get. 4 hours.
Oh, good. Excellent stuff. Good things to know for the future.
Boy. Yeah. Whew. Well, that was super fun. As always, I think these are a very fun, just like opportunity to.
Apologies that we could not keep the Danny voice going the whole time. We're recording rolling with difficulty tomorrow, and I have to actually be able to do Danny's voice for the character of Danny.
Yeah, she's a little taxing.
And as much as I think I've got her down to a science by now, somehow reading consistent monologues in Shakespeare maybe is more taxing than the average D&D session.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit, especially with how many fucking comma splices there are in this one.
Seriously.
Yikes.
Mans needs to learn to use fewer commas.
Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like Midsummer Night's Dream was an easier read than this one. Like,
Yeah.
the sentences were shorter and there were fewer, like, parentheticals and, like, footnotes and shit. Oh, boy. Anyway, I feel like we're probably a little a little wiped to do any sort of, like, classic shitposting wind down. But we can, we can just kind of shoot the yeah, shoot the
say hi.
Yes. Speak, Ziggy.
Now you fall silent. I pick you up after you meow incessantly the last 5 minutes, and now you go quiet.
That's because she wants you to pick her up. She no longer needs to meow. She's good.
Hi. You're sitting right in front of the microphone that you always bite into, and I know that because my windsock is covered in these little marks that could only have been made by a small mouth or perhaps some claws.
She sees that you focus on it so much, and she's like, oh, it must be tasty.
It does look kind of like her in that she's an all-black cat and it is a black windsock. So I guess she could be mistaking it for a rival.
Yes, good. Oh, boy. Well, if Ziggy is not going to grace us with her melodious tunes...
No, she has walked over to the other side of the hall.
Perfect. It's what she deserves.
She's sitting with her back to me, but she's turning her head around to stare at me. I know she's disappointed.
Hee hee. Okay. Oh boy. Well, I mean, good work, everybody. This was this was very fun.
Thanks to everyone who stuck around with us to the end.
I like that we committed so fully to the Ophelia is Michelangelo bit with no reason.
No other voice had nearly as much commitment as Ophelia is Michelangelo.
Yeah, no, and Laertes'
I hope
accent.
that whatever play we do next, I don't get to be the one to sing. I really, because Midsummer, I also got the singing lines.
Yeah, you did.
I feel like
it's very lucky.
It's a trend.
Technically, we both had singing lines in Midsummer, though.
Yeah, but only one of us sang them.
Didn't I do a little green sleeves in the voice of Solid Snake at the end?
Yeah, I think maybe we came around to it.
Yeah, I cheated for one of them, but for that one, I committed to the bit. Bit commit. Okay. Well, this was super fun. Obviously, the VOD should be up pretty much immediately, so if you missed it or you came in the middle, you can experience 4 hours of poorly acted Shakespeare.
Shakespeare action.
Woo! And
oh my god.
Holy shit. Yeah, so we will obviously we'll be back with regular videos and podcast on Wednesday, so stay tuned for that.
There's a movie struck coming out tomorrow.
Yes.
Or today, I guess technically at this point.
I gotta catch up on Movie Struck. There's such good background noise when I need it, but I just
I hope I really like the episode that's coming out in a few hours. So I hope you enjoy it. A bit of a left field movie. Which I think makes it a really fun episode.
Whew. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hit the big red end stream button and let everybody just hang out. And we will talk to you guys later. Thanks for sticking with us. Sorry, normally we'd have more energy, but it's late. This ran longer than we expected it to.
And we've been talking for 4 hours.
A hot minute, yeah. It was, fortunately, the way we do it this way, we each have sort of some time to recover. So it's not as brutal as if it was just like one of us. But anyway, yeah, so thank you all so much for joining with us, and we will see you later.
Next time.
Next time.
Adios. Next